We're kind of getting ready here. We're heading out across the UK for 1 month. Let me get my geography right. We're going to begin on the south coast, go through Bournemouth, Southampton, Portsmouth, Eastbourne.
Motivation brings on us to distribute 15,000 books this year. So please, all you need is love. All you need is revelation.
And then we'll be heading up to the Midlands. We'll be going through Birmingham, Stoke, heading up to Manchester. We'll be going over to Leeds, Lincoln, coming down to Nottingham.
So, the goal of the Krishna consciousness movement is to develop love for God, to develop that yearning desire to be connected to Krishna.
Next is Shivraj.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, we're off to another marathon, Prabhupada Marathon. It's a special time of year where devotees really connect. All year round marathons, very, very difficult to do. But a certain period of time is possible and very enlivening. Even when there's a war, we'll generally talk about shorter wars. Afterwards, soldiers would rest for equal long or even longer period of time. Otherwise, if there's a prolonged war, then the soldiers they get leave and they go back and they can rest because it's just not possible. I mean, everything's possible, but you have to be really super empowered to be able to just keep on going non-stop. So this period of time seems to be a time that somehow or another Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is inspiring devotees to really connect in to it and find out what they can really do. We're not doing anything more than we normally could do. This is what we're normally capable of doing. But sustaining that type of energy, that's what becomes difficult when we're dealing with this limited material body or the material world. Anyhow, the other day I was having this conversation with Niranjan Swami, who was asking me whether I had any regrets or I felt guilty that I really sort of cut down my preaching that I'm doing to devotees I'm doing to the outside world. Really cut back on our vlogs. I very rarely do public programs. I give lectures to devotees. I was doing once a week. They were quite long lectures. Now I don't do that. I do once a month. Of course, I'm doing readings here in the evenings, 3 days a week. But it's a lot different than what I used to do when I used to give class once a day and sometimes twice a day, and maybe even public preaching on top of that. So did I miss it? It's certainly a unique feeling, and I don't feel bad about not doing it, because I think I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing now, which is really putting in long quality hours into my writing, and that's my preaching, specifically to devotees, of course. But one thing I told him I really do miss, and that's book distribution. Of course, I stopped full-time book distribution ages ago, literally speaking, decades ago. Last time I did full-time book distribution, well, for instance, going out on a full-time marathon, I think maybe 93, 94, 95 is the latest. And once I got into GBC service, it didn't allow me to disconnect for a whole month. What to speak of then doing it 12 months out of the year. But I miss it. I miss the challenge. I miss the unique taste, the bliss that comes. There's a real challenge. That challenge is there every single morning. Getting out of whatever conveyance you are in, or even when we were in doing marathon from Silver Street, going out on Oxford Street, which is, we used to call it, it's like sort of surfing. You have to surfing a big wave. It's non-stop waves and waves of people. It's the busiest street in the world, and they're all rushing. And there we're stepping out. I'm stepping out of the Silver Street Temple, and you walk 20 steps and you're on Oxford Street. Fantastic situation. But every time we do that, we once again have to get into this certain mode, this certain energy, overcoming our false ego, overcoming our desire to be in a comfort zone. We like to sort of nestle into a comfortable situation, and going out of book distribution is anything but comfortable. So it's a real challenge, but when you overcome the influence of the mind, and you really start moving, and the influence of the body. In other words, it hurts. I'll give an example. When I go swimming, then there's two phases of pain that I have to overcome. The first one is 3 minutes, for the first 3 minutes, and it's like all the muscles, feels like there's bubbles going through it, and in other words, it has to actually get more oxygen. It's quite an uncomfortable situation. And then there's weariness that goes on to 7 minutes. But if you keep going and you break through that 7 minutes, then after that it's, well, I wouldn't say it's easy going, but it's good. It's good. So after we get through all of these barriers, then there's a certain unique taste. Every devotional activity has a taste, and there's a bliss that comes along with book distribution. For myself, it's not something that I've matched before in my Krishna consciousness. And of course, doing Sankirtan, you can't put on a show, it's not, you can't make believe Krishna consciousness, you can't fool yourself, you can't fool others, you're really out there in the face of your false ego. You've got to surrender to that service. You've got to accept whatever austerity comes along, and a lot of things come. Impolite people, police, you name it, cold, rain, snow, wind. And you accept this, that yes, tapasya, there is no spiritual life without austerity. It doesn't exist. This is the austerity. So it's hard, but it's great. And I just mentioned two devotees. One, I think everyone knows, Vaisheshika Prabhu, who I've known since he was like a teenager in Chicago, doing the airport. And consistently he has dedicated his life to distributing books, and to this very day, that's what he's doing, and especially he's inspiring others. And then there's someone else who devotees will not know. His name is Bhaktivedanta Das, also my godbrother, about the same age as I, and he's still in Los Angeles selling books. I knew him from the UK. He was doing Sankirtan there, and I asked him to be temple president of Soho Street. But after a few months, he just begged me. He says, I can't be inside a temple. I have to go out and sell Prabhupada's books. That's who I am. That's my life. And he's still doing it. He's not particularly traveling around and preaching and getting other devotees to distribute books. It's just his service. So these devotees and devotees who really give themselves to book distribution, definitely Krishna has got special plans for them when they get back to Godhead. So if you also want to buy a ticket back to Godhead, then put your false ego aside, get out of your comfort zone, and go out on book distribution. And the longer you stay out, the closer you get to the spiritual world. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki
Bravo. His Holiness Shri Ram Raj ki. So we next have a video by His Grace by Sheshika Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees from the United Kingdom, the mighty yatra that smashes its goals, that makes vows and keeps them, and who's perfectly aligned with the Guru Parampara, especially the most important activity, which is preaching Krishna consciousness, and within that, book distribution. Congratulations. We're hearing the numbers coming from the UK, and we're deeply impressed with the organization that you're keeping in order to reach thousands and thousands of people. The UK has unlimited potential because there is a great history in your country of intellectual people who appreciate poetry and philosophy. It's an amazing nation that deserves to have the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Bhagavad Gita, and all the Srila Prabhupada's books. They can understand them and appreciate them. And I'm praying that they all come flowing into your association so that they can reach the ultimate goal of life. You're doing a fantastic job. And make no mistake about it, book distribution is an authorized process. It's been passed down to us by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, Bhaktivedanta Thakur, Srila Prabhupada, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, who have all said that this is a main aspect of Krishna consciousness, giving mercy to others by giving the ultimate knowledge. If people don't have that, they can't really do anything useful with their human form of life, no matter how glitzy the civilization may look, and no matter how advanced the weaponry may be. It doesn't matter at all unless they have this knowledge. So we have to connect them. And you're doing it in such an exemplary way. Everyone's deeply impressed, but mostly I am. Thank you for what you're doing. The Srimad Bhagavatam Marathon is worth preparing for all year long. We prepare for other events like Rath Yatra and Janmashtami. The day that it's over, we get ready for the next year. The Bhadra campaign is like that. What could be more essential? What could be more aligned with the mission than distributing Srimad Bhagavatam? It's so permanent. Once it goes into people's homes and it enters their lives, it changes the sound vibration outwardly and then inwardly, and then the whole civilization can change. It's not a pipe dream, it's Prabhupada's dream. It's the objective of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Tad bhakti sarva janataga viplavo yasmin prati shlokam abhadyabhatyapi namanyanam tashe shonkitani shrinvanti gayanti grananti sarva. To create a revolution in the impious lives of this world's misdirected civilization. Learn how to sell Srimad Bhagavatam, learn how to present it, read the whole Srimad Bhagavatam backwards and forwards as many times as possible in this lifetime. No one can come to the end of it, but we should die trying. What's more, we should leave our mark in history by distributing the Srimad Bhagavatam to as many people as possible. We have one of the best palates in the world in UK and Europe. Distributing Srimad Bhagavatam there will be highly effective. Smart people, people who can take up the culture of Bhagavatam and actually feel satisfied. The Bhagavatam itself says that all cultural events are necessary. They're part of human society, but they should all be connected to Krishna. And unless people know who Krishna is, they can't have a cultural event that will be meaningful. So let's give it to them. Plan ahead. Whatever numbers we have now can be increased by double, by triple, by tenfold. Everything is possible. With Lord Chaitanya's mercy and with our brainstorming and organizing, we can do it. Other organizations are doing way more than we are. We shouldn't become smug or content and think, oh, we're so great, we distribute books. Other organizations are much more organized than we are. There's Jehovah's Witness, much better organized for book distribution, doing much bigger. The Gideon's Bible people, they're outdoing us by millions, tens of millions. So let's pick up the pace. What do you think? Yes. So I also just wrote a book because I'm speaking it every day to the corporate audience, and I have a sense of tuning my voice to the modern audience, the Westerner. The book I wrote, The 4 Questions, The Pathway to Inner Peace, is really meant to hit the ears of a newer audience, as we say, a bridge book. And it's very specifically meant to bridge people to Prabhupada's books. And because I've tested it here in Silicon Valley and elsewhere, and see that it works, and that we're actually bringing people with the same kind of vibration that and thought that I put into this book, into Prabhupada's books, and into the practices that he recommended, I weaponized it and put it into a book. And of course, Prabhupada wanted us to print through the BBT. He also wanted his followers to write. So I'm humbly, although unworthy in every single way, doing my best before I drop off of this planet to try to present something that seems to be working here, and I hope it works for you too. I pray that it does. It's an experiment, so Please let me know what you think. I hope it works for you. And finally, I'll be there in June. I'm looking forward to being there shoulder to shoulder with you to talk about expanding all different types of programs in Krishna consciousness, including not only book distribution, but also the follow-up to book distribution, which go hand in hand. They're one and the same. We can't have one without the other. Well, we can, and book distribution is valuable even without the follow-up. That's a fact. But when we have the two together, they're united. That is, the moment someone gets a book, there's a next step that's appropriate for them to take, and they can take it. That's comprehensive, and that's what we need. In order to bring people from the state they're in now into the practice of Krishna consciousness so that they can come to Nishta and stand on their own 2 feet and actually make spiritual advancement. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about how to set larger goals and reach them. Here in our hometown, of ISKCON of Silicon Valley. I'm not there right now in Mayapur, background looks different. But there we're experimenting in different ways to see how we can continue to increase. I heard from a very wealthy person recently, in order to be wealthy, you have to have at least 7 streams of income. And in a similar way, if we want to have a robust, burgeoning book distribution program, we should have at least 7 outlets through which we distribute books. At least. There could be 70. Everyone can be engaged, and books can go out from every direction. It is true that the more we distribute mercy in the form of transcendental books, and we have a place that people can come into right after they receive them and feel enlivened, where they can take to Krishna consciousness, the more Krishna will send us resources. We don't get resources in the ordinary way. We get them from Krishna. When you serve Narayan properly, then Lakshmi is already there. No need to worry about money when we're preaching. And even if you have money, if you're not preaching, it doesn't mean anything. Lots of people have money and they don't know what to do with it. It crushes them. They just think about how to protect it. They play prevent defense. We're not into that. We're into expansion. We want to expand preaching unlimitedly, and it's the ideas that Krishna gives us to expand preaching that are valuable. And when we enact them, then automatically resources come, and then we manage the resources. If we try to manage without preaching, then we simply get bureaucracy. And that's not fun for anybody. We want the vibrancy of going out into the great unknown and saving souls, starting with ourselves, which means, finally, we must read Prabhupada's books. And here's my formula. The same energy that Prabhupada put into writing his books, we should put into reading them. What did he do? He sacrificed everything to write his books. What should we do? Sacrifice everything to read his books. That's his instruction. He told me personally, I was with several other devotees, and he looked right at us and he said, I've not written these books just for selling. I've written them for you to read, to become pure devotees and go back home, back to Godhead. Memorize the Bhagavad Gita. How about put that on your goal list for the year? Read the whole Srimad Bhagavatam 108 times. How about that? Forget social media screen time for at least the rest of this lifetime. On how to read the Bhagavatam. How about that? Why not? You're a human being, you have unlimited potential, and together, working as a team, we can do amazing things by pleasing Lord Chaitanya. Just like the Prachetas did, they pleased the Lord, and he benedicted them. You're obviously being benedicted, all of you. You have such great leadership. Your infrastructure is unparalleled in devotional circles. You have only the limiting factor of the way you think. So think big. Prabhupada thought big. Feel free to think big. And methodically work towards your goals. If you don't have a dream, how are you going to have a dream come true? Dream big. And try to dream in such a way that you can fulfill the desires of Krishna's pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada. And your life will be perfect. full stop, period. Thank you very much, everyone, for all you're doing, and thanks for listening to this long-winded video. Divyanam Prabhu asked me to make it, which gave me great joy in my heart because I miss you all. Look forward to being with you soon. Keep up the great work. Hare Krishna.
His Grace, Bhai Sheshika Prabhu ki. Jai. Okay, so that's. Is there one more video to show? South London and Wales. Okay, so we've got 2 more videos to go. So lights off again.
chant, he remembered me and the same time fight. Dasha Mahamanusma. He never say that simply fight or simply chant. Because in the material world that's not possible. Therefore, chanting must be there. But at the same time, you have to work. How to continue this movement? The movement requires energy. Distributing so many books for spreading this knowledge that must be distributed. Home to home, place to place, man to man. This literature must go there. If one takes one book, at least one day, he will read it. Let me see what is the book and what is the other book. And if he reads one line, his life will be successful. If he reads one line only, carefully, this is such literature. And therefore, book distribution, I am giving so much stress. Somehow or other, small book or big book, if it is given to somebody, it will be someday.
So, next one is from Soho Street.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo.
Fashionable book, then glow. However, we cannot hold, start preaching, then it's not possible. You must always keep in view. We are not going to surplus money. Not that at the cost of stopping. You must always keep in view.
Hare Krishna. We're out on the streets of Carnaby today, London. We've been on Oxford Circus, and today we're going around and giving out Srila Prabhupada's transcendental books. It's been a really amazing experience, this marathon. Transcendental, Prabhupada would say, he said in one letter to the devotees who are out, that the devotees who are going out in the Sankirtan in London, they're transcendental, they're in samadhi, because they're not eating, they're not sleeping, they're just reading these books and they're in ecstasy. And you practically feel that when you spend a lot of time on the streets with the devotees, with the Harinam party, that the need for food, the need for sleeping, sort of decreases. And the nectar that you feel, even though you don't get much time to read, is really amazing, because you get to really absorb the content and actually say what you're reading on the streets to people, and they really enjoy it, and you really get a lot of benefit from it. It really goes deeply into the mind. So I encourage everybody during the marathon, maybe this year or next, get involved, distribute Prabhupada's books, speak to the people, and spread the mercy. Param Vijayate, Shri Krishna Sankirtanam Ki Jai. So I'm in Carnaby Street, and there's so many people here in London. And book distribution is one of those services, the more people here, the better. just like Harinam also. Because Sankirtan devotee is always inspired when they see all the conditioned souls. And one thing I was taught by my teacher was that it's a flowing river. It's like a flowing river, and then behind you is a waterfall. And so the best thing you can do for a conditioned soul is to stop them from falling down into that waterfall. So you have to give it all you've got to stop them on the street. And so what better way than to stop them with the Bhagavad Gita? To explain the Bhagavad Gita as it is to a person on the street, that brings them close to Krishna immediately. And so sacrifice is very important in that way. Actually, this morning I met somebody really, really interesting on Dean Street. There was this lady. She looked a little bit homeless, and she had like a little shopping bag. She was carrying all her things in it. And so I stopped her anyway. Because we tried to develop equal vision. And so I thought, okay, let me stop this lady. And when I stopped her and had a conversation with her, I realized actually she was very, very knowledgeable about spiritual affairs. She was an ex-Christian, and she knew about God, and she knew about spiritual matters. And so it just made me realize that it's not based on a person's external looks or the exterior. Actually, lifetime after lifetime, some people have come around and they've already done the work. It just made me realize that we can try for every single person to take these books. That Prabhupada books are for everyone. And so I brought her back to the temple immediately. And as we walked into the temple, we met one of the masters in the temple, and she happened to have beads from Vrindavan. And so I spoke to this newcomer, and I said, look, let's chant one round together. And so Imani gave her the beads, and then we sat in reception and we chanted one round. And this lady was very, very emotional, and she was on the verge of tears. She said, it feels like I'm home, and that I've done this before, she said. And I tried to bring her into the temple room, but she said, wait, I'm not quite ready. And so we left it at that, and I sent her on my way, but she was so grateful. She took the book, she took the beads, and she went away a very happy person. And we gave her a way of connecting to the temple and coming back. After the aftercare for a Buddhist, we just to pray for the devotee. And so in Japa we sit and we pray. We pray to Krishna that this person can come to the lotus feet. And so that's what I've been doing today. And yeah, it was very heartwarming for me. And as a brahmachari, sometimes you don't get so many emotions. The day is very scheduled and regulated. But if you see and you preach to a person and they take Krishna consciousness, and that helps you with your own emotional life also. It makes you realize that you have all these friends and you have all these people who are touched by what you do, and that helps you continue in this path which sometimes can be difficult. And so I'm very grateful for the people that I'm preaching to. Actually, they're my gurus, and I get to that from them. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Good description. What is service? The service for the ordinary, because one can realize impact that it has on people. Today I met people who are super positive, wanting to serve more stable life, and who are actually suffering from anxiety, or they don't believe from such anxiety. So they were asking, how can I do that? So those books are very helpful. We can help people from different type of problems. Many things for people to understand that what I say to them. That happiness is from within, and happiness is within, or is explained by experiencing this happiness, particular life. That is a way to really help others and help also yourself. But helping yourself, helping others, yourself gets so much benefits also. So it is what a service again to do. Hare Krishna.
And now for the long-awaited reading of the scores. Thank you very much for those videos. Beautiful. Thank you very much. We'll give a round of applause for all those videos. I'll hand you over now to Pragosh.
Thank you, Bhaktivedanta Manor. Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for participating in Srila Prabhupada's Marathon 2023. I think the Tiksha Prabhu's tagline I see on some things, he says something like Sankirtan is not just for Christmas. Is that yours? Yeah. Yeah. So we celebrate this now, what we did in the Prabhupada Marathon through the month of December. But yeah, we should always bear in mind that Srila Prabhupada's books are equally merciful for us, the distributor, and also the receiver throughout the whole entire year. Okay, now you'll see all these sheets in front of me. All these sheets, wow, with all this data. I'm reminded of, Krishna book where it says that Nanda Maharaj herded 900,000 cows. I don't know anybody who's ever herded cows, but, 3 of them is enough. 900,000. So I feel a little bit like that with all the data in front of me, but I'll fly through it as quickly as I can. And then I really appreciated Vaisheshika Prabhu. I don't know, he seems to be, he's obviously transcendental because he was saying that we're the best organized and best facilitated yatra on the planet, It doesn't feel like that on the inside, but there you go. Okay, so, whoa, this could go horribly wrong. But here we go. I've just been handed these sheets, no preparation. I'm going to start from the back and work to the front, because at the front what I see is the individual scores, and of course we always want to do the individual street Sankirtan scores last. So, back to front. I think he said we should read the Bhagavatam back to front as well. Another transcendental art that he has. He must tell me how to do that. Okay. We used to have a stand. Oh, there's a stand. Look, and there's a microphone at the end of it. Wow. Let's go for that one. It will be a little easier. I will hand this microphone to you, Darshan. Brilliant, it's working. Okay, that one I want. That one has to be left to last, I think. Oh, and I should just mention, before I get into reading the scores, I should just mention that I was told that, and this is all about, looking after the devotees, devotee welfare. I was told that waistlines are getting a little too big. Not mine, of course, but everybody else's. And I was told that, and therefore you will notice we don't have any cookies this year. No. Absolutely outrageous, right? We should have a revolution, the no cookie revolution. Okay, so, but the good news is, the wonderful news is that we have something that beats cookies hands down every single time. These wonderful gifts that have come from the people, the devotees who have donated to the DOVP, and then in conjunction with, in liaison with Sukanti Radha, they have wanted to give the gift they received as a result of their donation to the Temple of the Vedic Planetarium to the book distributors. So we have these wonderful gifts now. You've got, gold coins. I think the top 20 to number 2 will get, they will actually still get a Maha Sweet, by the way. So it's not all. There's still the Maha Sweet. Maha Sweet, a Pavitra, and a gold coin. Correct, Sukanti? Yeah? And the gold coin. And then you will see that incredible statuette of Srila Prabhupada. And that incredible statuette of Srila Prabhupada will be for the top distributor this year. And trust me, that's not like one of those rinky-dinky gifts that you get in these rinky-dinky gift shops, that when you look at it, just like the material world, it looks all wonderful, shiny and new. And then when you pick it up, it weighs no more than a feather, and you have to be very careful not to hold it too tight or it just disintegrates into your hand. Wait till you lift that statuette of Srila Prabhupada up. Very, very impressive. Okay, just had to mention that. Is there anything else I have to mention? No, I think I can get moving. Okay, so we are going to start with, and I said back to front, and apologies if the lists are going, should be in a different order, but here we go. We're going with, no, we're not going with that one. So here we go as I read it. I don't want to do totals. I want to do individual, total, team sheet. Yeah, okay. We're starting with this one. This is the center total for individual street. Is that okay to start with, Hokshita Prabhu? You are in charge. So that means you will get all the credit. Well, I was just going to say you'll get all the credit that doesn't exist, and you will get all the blame that always exists. Okay, so we are starting with center totals for the individual street distribution. And I'm going to mention all of the centers here because they all should get a mention. 9 are listed, and in 9th place, we have Coventry. In 8th place, we have Newcastle. I better not do the accent. We have Newcastle. In 7th place, we have the UK National Office. In 6th place, we have something that every Sankirtan devotee needs after a day on the street. We have Bath. In 5th place, we have Karuna Bath, Karuna Bhavan. In 4th place, we have Leicester. In 3rd place, we have ISKCON London, Soho Street. In 2nd place, we have ISKCON London, Bhaktivedanta Manor. And in 1st place, and I'm going to read the scores here, we have, having distributed 22,586 small books, 13,649 mediums, 9,798 big, 10,193 Maha big, for a total of 42,655 book points and a total of 272,084 pounds and 87 pence. That was 270,000 ISKCON Wales King! I wasn't aware of this, but I was informed yesterday that there were, during the month of December, there were a spate of bank robberies and post office robberies in Wales. I'm not suggesting there is a connection, but of course the leader in Wales is Tarakath Prabhu, so you never know. You never know. Okay, here we go now to Centre's total Sankirtan scores. Whatever that means, I don't know, but we're reading them. The Centre's total Sankirtan scores. And for this, we are, there's 13 listed, so I'm going to go quickly through them and read the actual score at the top. Okay, so in 13th place, we have Inishrat Govindadweep K. 12th is Newcastle. 11th is UK National Office. 10 is Coventry. 9 is Bath. 8 is Dublin, which isn't in the UK, by the way, just to clarify, you know, just in case you're getting designs about taking over Ireland again. Okay, in 8th is Dublin. In 7th is Karuna Bhavan. In 6th is Birmingham. 5th is Leicester. 4th is South London, and a little bit of a shout out for South London, because, I mean, my God, you know. Is it not one of the smallest centres that we have in the UK? One of the smallest. And it is coming in 4th place, which they say in Olympic parlance is the worst position of all because you don't get a medal, so they won't be getting a medal. But still, 4th place for ISKCON South London. Well done to the devotees down there. Absolutely fantastic. And in 3rd place, you'll be happy to learn, given the big key jar they got the last time, in 3rd place is ISKCON Wales. You should have robbed another bank, by the way. You would have got top spot. In 2nd place is ISKCON London Soho Street Quay. And in 1st place, having distributed 6,487 small books, 30,962 mediums, 3,299 big, 15,348 Mahabig, 23 sets of Chaitanya Charitamrita, 30 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam, 190 small Arabic books, 22 medium Arab books, and 71 Maha Arab books for a total of 55,193.75 book points and a total of 124,353.50 Lakshmi points. K. And Mother Vishaka mentioned to me that having accumulated over 124,000 Lakshmi points, you can look forward to a really decent feast today. It won't be the normal bread and water, I promise. Okay, so now we have, as I say, I'm going according to the orders here. Now we have the Contact Sankirtan scores, okay? Contact Sankirtan scores. Now, I'll do this again, fly through without reading the thing, but just the thing, because it's pretty quick, just to give everyone a mention. Okay, 29 are on this list. In 29th place, we have Back to Chris from Newcastle. 28, we have Backdean Val from Newcastle. In 27th place, we have Bhakta Krishna. What a good Bhakta name that is, huh? Bhakta Krishna. What is he going to promote himself to, you know? Bhakta Krishna from Newcastle also. And in 26th place, we have Bhakteen Vaishnavi and Bhakteen Vaibhavi from Newcastle. Is there any other centres in the UK other than Newcastle? In 25th place, we have Bhakteen Sondarya from Newcastle. In 24th place, we have Keshava Murthy from Newcastle. So, Newcastle are propping up the last 6 or 7 spots. Okay. In 23rd place, Govinda's Restaurant, London, Soho. In 22nd place, Shraddha Devi Dasi from Coventry. In 21st place, Bhakteen Kushubu from Leicester. 20th place, Satya Damodar and Priya Devi Dasi from Coventry. 19th place, Bhaktar Dodambir from Newcastle. In 18th place, Anuragi Devi Dasi, Coventry. 17th place, Vidura Das from Coventry. 15th place, Mishrani Devi Dasi from ISKCON Wales. In 15th place, Guru Sevak Das from Coventry. In 14th place, Bhakteen somebody from Leicester. In 12th place, Pranab Das from Coventry. In 11th place, Prabhupada Pran Das from ISKCON Karuna Bhavan, Scotland. In 10th place, we have Radharani's Boutique from the Manor. In 9th place, we have, not Radharani's, we have Radha's Boutique from ISKCON London. So, king of the boutiques this year is ISKCON London. Okay, and then we have in 8th place, we have Adokshita Krishna Prabhu from Karuna Bhavan. In 7th place, we have Amita Prabhu from Bhaktivedanta Manor. In 6th place, we have Shastradan from London Soho. In 5th place, we have Birmingham Team Garanga from Birmingham. In 4th place, we have the Manor Book Table. The Manor Book Table from Newcastle. No. Okay. In 3rd place, we have ISKCON. I really appreciate you laughing at those jokes, Brooke, because you're the only one, and I would feel very deflated if you didn't continue laughing. I noticed you laughed at all the jokes as well on your Manor video. Okay, in fourth place, that was the man at book table from Newcastle. Yeah, okay. In third place, we have Team Leicester. In second place, we have Bhaktivedanta Manor Foundation. And in third place, having distributed 2,702 small, 2,360 medium, 11,902 maha, and one set of Chaitanya Charitamrita for a total of 25,695 book points and a total of 61,360 Lakshmi points. At the top of the list, it is the East London Bhakti Rickshaw Kid. Yes, thank you. Not that last one because I got a note on the back. That there. Thank you. Okay, we are nearly there. We are nearly there. Yes, we are nearly there. We are nearly there. Are we nearly there? Yes, we are nearly there. Okay. Just now coming. What's the next list? What was the last list? What was the last list? Contact what? No. There's lots of different. Okay. Now we have. What do we have now? Is it? Are you sure? Team Street Sankirtan. Very well done. Very well done. We have Team Street Sankirtan. So we're going to do the same, I think, are we? And then do I read the top three then for the detail, but run up just with the name? Okay. So the run up to the top three just with the name of the centre. So this is Team Street Sankirtan for Prabhupada's Marathon 2020. Oh no, I have these say 2022. These are all 2022. Okay, so in 24th place we have Team Leicester, 23 Newcastle Sacred Street Party. You have to do another Haribo for Leicester now, because we just did that. If we didn't do a Haribo for them, they'd be really feeling left out. I mean, they're at the bottom of the list anyway, you know. Okay, in 22nd place we have Krishna Club from Wales. 21st, the Bhaktivedanta Manor Superstore Congregation. In 20th place, Sri Panchatattva Team from Wales. In 19th place, the Inishrath Cowherds from Govindadweep. In 18th place, we have the Karuna Bhavan Book Table. In 17th place, we have the two Goras and Gita from ISKCON London. In 16th place, we have Radharani's Boutique from the Manor. In 15th place, we have Think Gita from ISKCON London. In 14th place, we have the Leicester Sacred Street Party from, you guessed it, Leicester. In 13th place, we have the Radha Govinda Harinam Sangha from Bhaktivedanta Manor. And in 12th place, and a special mention here for the wonderful Mother Kulangana, we have Kulangana's Cottage from Bhaktivedanta Manor Key. In 11th place, we have Leicester Door to Door from Leicester. In 10th place, we have Birmingham Team Sheet from Birmingham. In 9th place, we have Bhaktivedanta Manor Door to Door Congregation from Bhaktivedanta Manor. In 8th place, we have the Dublin Demagogues from, yes, you guessed it, Dublin. In 7th place, we have the In Essence Team from Bhaktivedanta Manor. In 6th place, we have the Bhaktivedanta Manor School of Bhakti. In 5th place, we have the Bhaktivedanta Manor Children Door to Door Key. In 4th place, we have Bhaktivedanta Manor Sacred Street Party. In 3rd place, we have the Bhakti Vriksha NWL Congregation from Bhaktivedanta Manor Key. Northwest London, is it? Yeah, great, okay. And in 2nd place, we have Team Gornitai from South London again. And in 1st place, having distributed 635 small, 1,000 medium, 713 big, 6,034 maha big, 8 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam, 1,311 small Arabic books and 35 Maha Arabic books for a total of 18,158 book points and a total of 32,730 Lakshmi points. It is the very fortunate People Party from ISKCON London Cave. No, I'll give you the special next. Okay, I'll give you the special next. And now, I also want to give a mention to someone who's not on the sheet simply because the books are donated, etc. But real big shout out again for another wonderful project that we have here in the UK. I'll name them at the end of the scores I give. This was also distributed just through the month of December. So they distributed 6,390 small books, 635 mediums, 2,193 big, and 12,015 Maha big books for a total of 21,233 books distributed, which translates into 28,138 book points. A big, big shout out for the wonderful Gita Project UK. And that project is headed up by Nikunja Vilas Prabhu and Radha Devi Dasi. So thank you to those two wonderful souls. Okay, fantastic. Now we are going to do the Centre's total contact team and individual. And I am just going to read the list and then read the total for all of them. So in 8th place was ISKCON Newcastle Key, ISKCON Wales Key, ISKCON Coventry Key, ISKCON Scotland Key, ISKCON Birmingham Key, ISKCON Leicester Key, ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor Key, and in number 1 position ISKCON London Soho Street Key. And all together, they distributed, this is the Centre's total for the contact team and individual, they distributed 3,247 small, 5,272 medium, 1,217 big, 20,791 Maha big, 7 sets of Chaitanya Charitamrita, 6 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam, and 4 Maha Arabic books. And that is for a total of 46,954.75 book points and 133,093.38 Lakshmi points. We're nearly there, ladies and gentlemen. And now, what I'm going to do just before the individual, the very last one before the individual scores, just so you get a flavour. This goes back, this goes back the last 3 years, just to give you a flavour, okay? So in 2021, the total book points that we did for the Yatra during the marathon, the total book points, was 165,965 and 416,542 Lakshmi points. In 2022, we did a total of 140,827 book points for a total of 435,070 Lakshmi points. So we did more Lakshmi points in 2022 than 2021, but we did more book points in 2021 than we did in 2022. But now, in 2023, the total book points smashed the other 2 years. We did 175,066.5 book points and smashing the Lakshmi points way out of the water. This year, we did a total of 625,441 Lakshmi points. Yay!
The second place in Europe is 25,000 book points.
And I'm just,
we did it 9 times more.
And I just have a little hamster in my ear. A very, very pleasant, nice hamster, you know. Doesn't smell like a hamster. It smells like a Vaishnav. Okay. I have just been told that the second place in Europe, the UK is the first, the second place in Europe, we did, I just read out, we did over 175,000 book points. Second in Europe, Italy or Hungary, was
Italy.
it? Italy. That's why he's telling me. No. The second in Europe was 25,000 book points.
We did it 9 times more. Thanks to you.
I think in the spirit of, you know, I won't mention the B word, but I was going to say, I think in the spirit of European unity I think we should lend them some of our book points, don't you think? Actually, I think the Manor should lend, you know, Newcastle some book points, you know. I think Wales. What's that? Oh, sorry. Neela Madhava Prabhu, otherwise known as the Don, has just stated that everything belongs to the Manor. And he's also sent me a little note saying that if you want to avail of the feast this afternoon, you will accept that statement from him. Okay. Fantastic. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. 175,000 book points. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do the individual street scores. And as I mentioned earlier, yeah, I just want to mention anything else on that. I think I've done all that. Yeah, okay. As I mentioned earlier, we can't go through everybody, but at the same time, I just want to mention that on this list at least, we had 103 devotees go out on the manor as individuals. We also had the impersonal parties going out as well. And they contain lots more individuals. So I think overall, I think we had more than 1,000 devotees actually go out on the marathon. But just in terms of individuals going out on a daily basis, we had 103. And I think it's just kind of appropriate, you know, because we are only going to read the top 20, unfortunately, because we don't have time. Yeah, yeah. So we can't mention everybody. We're going to just do the top 20. And even with the top 20, I think we will just read the detailed score of the top 3. I think we'll do that for the top 3. But I just want to go back to the 103rd person in this, just so we acknowledge, you know, a little from a lot, I think is Vishwambara Prabhu's tagline, a little from a lot. So without people going out and doing a little bit, we wouldn't end up with as much as we always end up with. So I'm just going to do a little mention. I had no idea who was last in the list. He who comes last shall be first, is it? You know, the meek shall inherit the earth and all that kind of stuff. Tranadapi Sanichena. So here we are. So, was that funny? That wasn't. Now you're laughing, not even at jokes. You know, this is don't give that man any more prasadam, please. He had a big breakfast. Okay, in 103rd position in this year's marathon, otherwise known as last, otherwise known as at the bottom of the heap. Okay, we have, having gone out for one day, which I don't even believe, by the way, because they distributed one small book and one medium book. Now, if we take an 8-hour day, they took them 4 hours to distribute a medium book and another 4 hours to distribute a small book. I just have so much compassion for this person. They must have experienced, you know, whatever it was, you know, 575 rejections. Very hard to keep going with all those rejections. Incredible. One small book, one medium book, for a total of 0.75 book points. Let's have the biggest key jai of the day for Bhakti Lily from ISKCON Wales. Gay! Let me make a humble prediction. In the not too distant future, Bhakti Lily will be winning this marathon. Okay, so now we're going to go to the top 20. Now, as I said, for the top 20, for all those in the room, once you hear your name, then please come up. Don't do anything here. You know, you can go directly to the table, because we want to keep moving nice and swiftly, and you will receive your gift. A Maha Sweet, a Pavitra, and a gold TOVP coin. Real gold, by the way.
No, it's true.
Sukanti, please confirm. There you go. Gold. Plated. Still gold. Let me see your jewelry. See what it's made of.
You can peel it off.
I mean, yeah, you can peel it off and sell it, yeah. I mean, I've only ever bought my wife, you know, tin jewelry, so, you know, gold-plated would be a real upgrade for her. So, you know, please don't be sniffing at the gold-plated coins. Okay, so as I say, if you're in the room, please, as soon as you hear your name, go up and collect those, and we'll keep it flowing nicely, okay? So what am I doing? I'm doing just the name and the yatra till the top 3, and then the top 3 I'll read out the list. Okay, great. So, for this year's marathon, or should I say last year's marathon? Get them cartels off, Vamsi. By the way, Vamsi Peru, wonderful, wonderful kirtan you were leading at the beginning of the session. Beautiful, beautiful. I was going to say it was like it was descending directly from the spiritual world, but of course it was descending directly from the spiritual world. But it was lovely. It was very, very devotional. Thank you. Okay, so in 20th place in this year's Srila Prabhupada Winter Book Distribution Marathon 2023, we have from ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, His Grace Jagannath Sutta Prabhu Ki!
Like the picture, you were sweet.
You were lucky we got that Pavitra over your Sika. I thought it was going to get lost inside. Well done, Jagannath Prabhu. Thank you on behalf of the whole UK Yatra and, of course, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very, very much. And just to mention, Jagannath Sutta did go out 30 days, so the full marathon. Well done, Prabhu. In 19th place, we have from ISKCON Wales, Amrita Tattva Prabhu Ki! Amrita's not in the room, so I presume Bhakti Lily isn't in the room either, because Wales only allow the top 5 to travel up, you know.
Gopal.
Well, it's okay. You can get it later, Gopal. You can get it later. Anyone who's not in the room, someone from their yatra can collect later. Okay, in 18th place, we have, also from ISKCON Wales, Bhaktivedanta Prabhu Ki! And it is actually Bhakta Peter L. There is another Bhakta Peter coming. Peter, thank you very much for your wonderful seva. Thank you very much for Hare Krishna. Fist bump, yeah.
Maybe to mention, they get the gift, and they also get the businesses to Prabhupada, get the blessings from Prabhupada as well.
Of course, yeah. Okay. In 17th place, we have, surprise, surprise, also from ISKCON Wales, Bhakta Rupa Prabhu Ki! Thank you, Bhakti Rupa Prabhu, for all your wonderful service on behalf of the UK Yatra and, of course, Srila Prabhupada. Jai, thank you. In 16th place, also from ISKCON Wales, we have Gangeya Prabhu Ki! Well done, Gangeya Prabhu. And again, on behalf of the UK Yatra and Srila Prabhupada, thank you so much. So much. Fantastic. And also now, in 15th place, we have a guess where from? Wales. No. Sorry. From ISKCON Wales, we have Bhakta Joel Prabhu Ki!
We'll give it out. We'll give it out.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Joel. And Vishwan Prabhu, you can put that on. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Joel. On behalf again of the UK Yatra and Srila Prabhupada and all the previous acharyas, Lord Krishna, the whole spiritual universe, thank you so much. In 14th place we have from... Wales. We have from... ISKCON Wales! Daitya Hari Prabhu Ki! Oh, Daya Hari. Gopal, you'll collect him later. Fantastic. Thank him also again on behalf of all the Yatra and of course Srila Prabhupada. In 13th place from? No. Gotcha, eventually. From ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, we have Guru Shakti Ki!
Secretary for book distribution.
You know, I just want to say a couple of words about Guru Shakti. I was following her little posts that she was sending out, and some of them were incredible. And of course, now I can only remember one of them. One was where she met her old teacher distributing books that she hadn't seen for 30 or 40 years or whatever it was, who took a Bhagavad Gita, and it was like the student becoming the teacher. So he taught her through her high school or whatever it was. But now she was giving him a Bhagavad Gita, explaining what the Bhagavad Gita was, all about it like that. So the student was becoming, he was the material teacher in her younger years. Now she was very much becoming the spiritual teacher for her teacher like that. And it was absolutely wonderful. But there were 3 or 4 stories I read about her. One of them was, can anyone remember? There was one that was just so incredible. It just seemed like, wow, how can anyone ever think that God doesn't exist when and I'm just really frustrated that I can't remember. If I remember, I'll go back to it. But she's been doing the marathon for many years, Guru Shakti. She always does extremely well in it. Really, really powerful personality and potent soul, for spreading Krishna consciousness. So big thank you to Guru Shakti. Guru Shakti, Devi Dasi Ki! And now in 12th place, also from ISKCON Wales, we have Bhaktivedanta Ki! Thank you, Bhaktivedanta, again on behalf of the UK Yatra and Srila Prabhupada for all your wonderful, wonderful service. Enthusiastic smile as well. We love Bhaktivedanta. I'm just thinking actually off the top of my head, we have 5 people giving out the gifts, and we have nobody from Wales. Okay, so of course that's probably a good thing, because the distributors probably don't want to be getting gifts from the people they see every day. Here we go. We have. Yeah, but he,
Maharaj, you should come there and give some gift.
Let's embarrass Maharaj now. Maharaj, why did you refuse to be on this panel?
Devotees, they want your mercy. Please come. You're supposed to be on the panel. Come and sit here. There's a chair behind you.
Keshav Maharaj Ki! Doing wonderful preaching. Every time I see one of his talks or classes, it's in a different part of the world. I don't know whether he's just really fired up about preaching or he wants to see the world. I'm not really sure, We'll see what happens after he's covered the whole planet, whether he wants to go around again,
He went out every day during the marathon.
And he went out every day during the marathon. And Maharaj, if you just hadn't distributed that extra big book, then it wouldn't have been Bhakti Lily I would refer to at the beginning. It would have been you, Well done, Maharaj, and thank you for all your incredible service, incredible inspiration for the UK Yatra. Thank you so much. Okay, now where are we in this list? Are we 11th? Who said that? Wow, Prabhu. You are amazing. Oh, I see. Sorry, let me take that back. Oh, okay. Let's move on. Okay, 11th. We have 11th. Also from ISKCON Wales, we have Anadi Kaishora Prabhu Ki! Thank you, Anadi. And also, thank you for allowing me to stay in your apartment when I was down in Wales a month or so ago. he had to sleep on the street that night, you know, so he's a really surrendered soul. Thank you, Anadi.
His son's his brother.
Yeah. I was going to mention that actually when I get to, rather than this way around, you know, because otherwise then I sort of, you know, okay. At the same time. Okay, now in 10th place, we're into the top 10. The top 10. We have from... Who got... Oh, I see. I was going to say someone has a sneak preview of this, you know, but now that you've said that, thank you. You don't have a sneak preview. Okay, so in 10th place, top 10, we have from ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, Bhaktivedanta Prabhu. Thank you, Bhakti 9, and again on behalf of the Yatra and also Srila Prabhupada for your glorious service. Bhakti 9, by the way, is also looking after the videos today. Thank you also for that. In 9th place, we're into single figures. In 9th place, we have from ISKCON Wales, back to Peter Peaky. Where's Peter L? Okay. No. Oh, his name's Petter. I see. Sorry, back to Petter. Very sorry for getting your name wrong. I'm blaming whoever put the sheet together, because if your name is Peter and his name is Petter, then why did we need the L and the whatever else was after the names? I want an inquiry, an official inquiry into... Okay. Thank you, Petter, on behalf of, again, the UK Yatra and also Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for your glorious service. Okay, in 8th place we have from ISKCON Wales, Tirthakirti Prabhu. Thank you, Tirthakirti Prabhu. Here's your Maha Sweet for after Prasadam. There's your lovely gold coin. And here is one of these sort of three-dimensional holographic, wonderful photos of Lord 3D, thank you, Vishnu Babu, of these, of Lord Nrsingadev. Ugra Stanhu Nashringha. Hare Krishna. Your secret is manageable. Thank you very much. That is Tirthakirti Prabhu K. In 7th place, we have from ISKCON Wales, we have Gauranga Gopal Prabhu K. Thanks, Gauranga Prabhu, for your incredible service. 7th place on the list. So thank you from the UK Yatra and, of course, Srila Prabhupada. Gauranga Gopal Prabhu K. In 6th place from ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, we have, and you already saw him on some of those videos, he was absolutely the star of the show, and he's now in 6th place. We have Smarahari Prabhu K. We're having a circular gift arrangement here. Smarahari handed the tray to Vishaka. Vishaka is now handing the presents to Miraj, and Miraj is handing them back to Smarahari. That's called time efficiency. Okay. And now we have, keep Smarahari there for a moment. Now we have a little mention. We have, in 5th place, we have the top lady of the marathon this year, Sharda Devi Dasi from ISKCON London. Gay! Sharada's not here, I'm thinking. Is there anyone from Soho who will take I saw Doyle Mar Prabhu earlier, so he can take home. Oh, Dhiradata Prabhu's here, Sankirtan leader as well. You can take them back to... and please offer Sharada again our sincere thanks and appreciation for all her glorious service. She always finds herself, very high up on the marathon list every single year. Her dedication is absolutely incredible. And, you heard Shivaram Maharaj earlier, complaining about the body getting old and he's not able to get out anymore, and he has to sit in the comfortable chair and, but you can see Sharada still going, quite an incredible achievement, and as I say, every year she's right up there. So she's the top lady this year, and as a result of that, if you could hold that silver... it's not a medal, this is, what do we call these again, Sukanti? Medallion. So medallion. Yeah. Okay. Well, but anyway, she will get this silver medallion as opposed to those smaller coins. So yes, Sharada, thank you so much for all your savor. If you're looking in online, I don't know. Again, on behalf of the whole Yatra and also Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, dear Dada Prabhu. Hare Krishna. So, in fourth place on this year's 2023 Srila Prabhupada Winter Christmas Marathon, in fourth place from ISKCON Wales, we have Kola Dwipati Prabhu. Yay! Well done, Prabhu. Thank you again for your amazing sacrifice. 28 days out on the street. Wonderful. If you'd gone out 29 days, you'd be number one. But anyway, we will. What was that?
He had his appendix burst just before the marathon.
Oh, wow.
He was in hospital. Like it was, he could have died if...
Yeah.
He was in hospital, the marathon started, he just jumps out of his deathbed and...
That is really incredible. No, that's actually phenomenal, and it's not a joke to say he could have died. My son's appendix burst actually when he was quite young, and we were living in the country at the time, and it took us a while to get him to the hospital. We drove him to the hospital, and he then was in intensive care for weeks because they have to extract all the poison. The poison starts spreading all over the body, so that is not a small thing. Prabhu, incredible. Incredible. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. So now we do have the top three, so I will read what they've distributed, etc. So, having been out for 28 days, distributed 2,698 small, 1,524 medium, 1,112 big, 1,184 maha big, for a total of 4,916.5 book points and 31,134.73 Lakshmi points from ISKCON Wales. It is a Kadishi Seva Prabhu Ki! Wonderful, wonderful Akadishi Seva Prabhu. I think I need to have a word with your Guru Maharaj, though. I think we need to change your name to, Book Distribution Seva, something like that. Transcendental Literature Seva. Yes, that's right. You'll be doing some more service tomorrow on Akadishi. Akadishi Seva Prabhu, thank you again on behalf of the UK Yatra and Srila Prabhupada. Absolutely glorious. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. In second place, and let me read these out, 3,024 small books, 1,890 mediums, 1,350 big, and 1,324 maha big, for a total of 5,699 book points and 37,805 Lakshmi points from ISKCON Wales. It is Vamsi Vilas Prabhu! Yay! And just to mention that Vamsi Vilas Prabhu is the brother of Anadi Kaishora Prabhu. And if I'm not mistaken, are you twins? No. Oh, that's a pity. Because if you were twins, and particularly if you were Siamese twins, then you would have won the marathon. We put your scores together, you would have been way out in front. Next lifetime. No. Vamsi Prabhu, thank you so much for that incredible service. Vamsi has one of these smiles that sort of just lights up a room, you know, just an absolutely incredible personality. So there you go, second place, something to aim for next year. If you had won, you'd have thought, oh, I've achieved everything, you know, I'll ride off into the sunset. But no, you've got one spot to get up next year. Wonderful, Prabhu. Thanks again on behalf of the whole UK Yatra and Srila Prabhupada. Vamsi Vilas Prabhu Ki!
You won a marathon last year.
Ah, thank you for reminding me, Vishwambar Prabhu. Vamsi won the marathon last year, so he did not ride off into the sunset. He came storming back and nearly got to top spot.
And the year before.
And the year before. Vamsi, what happened this year? You must have been in Maya.
Maybe you can read this Lakshmi score, you know,
I did. Yeah, just to mention, you probably see my eyes light up on the Lakshmi scores more than the book point scores. Sorry about that. You know, it shows you where I'm at. But just to mention again, you know, Vamsi went out for 26 days and he collected on the street, he collected nearly 38,000 Lakshmi points. Now, 26 days into 38, that's more than 1,000, that's 1,200, 1,300 or whatever it is, Lakshmi points a day.
It's the wage of an MAP wage.
It's 2 in the afternoon. We started at 2 in the afternoon and went to 2 in the morning. That was his program.
Wow. And I'm just being told what his program on the street was. He used to start at 2 in the afternoon. Couldn't get up in the morning, you know. He used to start at 2 in the afternoon and go till 2 in the morning. I think that's got something to do with when the Welsh people are intoxicated, they tend to empty their pockets. Thanks, Vamsi. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely. Really, really humbling for us all. However, now we have number 1 spot. How can that be topped? Well, it can be topped because we have somebody who distributed 613 small books, 2,645 mediums, 255 big, and 2,278 mahabig, 7 sets of Chaitanya Charitamritas, 6 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam, 115 small Arabic books, 21 medium Arabic books, and 38 mahabig Arabic books for a total of 7,627.75 book points and 11,587 Lakshmi points. From ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, it is back to Hirsch, baby! Yay! Well, what can we say?
Actually, it's a custom, you know, every year we all stand up, you know, for the number 1.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do now, Vamsi's on the kartels, Prabhu is on the mridanga, I'm on the microphone. We're going to do another massive key jai, but this time it's going to be back to Hirsch, Prabhu! Ki! Fantastic, Dr. Hirsch. Absolutely incredible.
This picture will go on the European. Make sure you
Well done. Do you want to tell us how you do it, Magda Hirsch, so that we can all go out next year and beat you?
Hare Krishna. Yeah, it's a great honor to be here. Thank you all so much. Okay, what the secret was, I had a feeling someone might ask me that. Believe it or not, I think there is a secret actually. I was at a program once. Kesha Maharaj was giving an SSP program speaking about Sankirtan. He spoke about how on Sankirtan you can space out in the 3 modes. So you can space out on the mode of ignorance in Sankirtan, and typically that's done by going in the M&S toilets and crying in the toilets. That's what Maharaj told me. So I was like, okay, I don't want to space out in the mode of ignorance. That doesn't sound productive. He said he could space out in the mode of passion, which I believe is you're going to Tesco and you just buy like honey roasted peanuts and stuff. I was like, okay, I shouldn't try not to space out in the mode of passion. He said you can space out in the mode of goodness, which is going to Waterstones and just looking at the new books. So I was like, okay. But I think I found a way. To space out in the mode of pure goodness. Do you guys want to hear it? But this is what I did almost every day on the marathon, and it really helped me a lot. So, halfway through the marathon, like your mind's hitting you and it's like it's going tough. So I was like, what do I do? So I'd go to Waterstones. It's got to start in the mode of goodness for pure goodness. So I went to Waterstones, I got up to the cafe, and I'd ask them for a glass of milk. And guess what? They give it to you for free. Yeah, every Waterstones in the UK. I did that in almost every street in the UK. So halfway through, I'll just have have a glass of milk, offer it, Sri Vishnu 3 times, offer it, and then you look out in the window, you just see the other devotees out there struggling in the cold, and after you feel guilty, you leave and you go back and it kind of refresh me. So I think spacing out in the mode of pure goodness helped me. Okay, I should probably say something actually serious and nice. But no, in all honesty, it's... No, it was supposed to be a stupid thing. Anyway, I shouldn't have done it. Anyway, no regrets. No, but in all honesty, I just want to say, I guess, I don't know, I feel like I couldn't have, I guess, done this if it wasn't for the support of all the devotees. I want to thank, I guess, that I was out with a traveling Sankirtan team, so everyone in the team helped me so much, just being there with such amazing devotees, pushing me every day. We had Nain Prabhu, we had Smarahari. So Smarahari was actually managing our team, and he did such an amazing job. It's a hard job managing a team, especially with me in it. He's always 10 steps ahead of the game, Like I'll be in the shower still, and he's already in the van, finished his rounds, waiting to go. Like it was very hard to keep up with Smarahari, and he has such strong sadhana in the morning, and it really kept him going. So it was very inspiring to have Smarahari managing our team. Jagannath Sutta cooking for us every day, like the most amazing prasad. I would have died if it wasn't for his prasad. Like prasad was amazing. So like all the devotees really helped me, pushed me, carried on going throughout the marathon. So just thank you for everyone who we were traveling with. I want to thank just all the devotees at the manor, and also the Panavasena community, because they also were really supporting me along the way, just helping me, giving me advice, really pushing me forward. And so all the devotees here were helping a lot. And also a big thank you to Antaranga Prabhu, who's actually he's head of the Sankirtan here at the manor, and he was pushing me a lot and really inspiring me, encouraging me throughout the marathon. So a big thank you to Antaranga Prabhu. Antaranga Prabhu ki! Thank you as well, to devotees at PS, especially a shout out to, I guess, devotees at Sacred Street Party. This is where my Sankirtan journey started, maybe 2 years ago. Started out going on Sacred Street Party, and just, I guess, developed some small taste for book distribution there. I was working, I hated my job, and the only thing I looked forward to in the week was going out to SSP on every Saturday. So I want to thank Abhay Prabhu, who actually kind of got me doing service for Sacred Street Party 2 years ago. He was a big help, a big inspiration. Abhay Prabhu ki! And he's one of my closest friends in Krishna conscious. He really helped me and pushed me a lot as well. And also Rasika Rai Prabhu, who's here in front of me, filming me, as always. He is my, I guess, spiritual book distribution mentor, and he's for me one of the most inspiring Sankirtan devotees, because I feel like, I'm doing Sankirtan and I'm just like, thinking about, the points and just in it for like, the fun, the competition. But Rasika Rai Prabhu has such a nice consciousness when he does book distribution. He has like such an amazing consciousness. He does it very prayerfully. And so I aspire, for me, actually in my eyes, he's like the #1 book distributor. I still aspire to be like him on the street. So thank you to these amazing devotees. And I also want to say a big thank you to His Holiness Swami Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj. Swami Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj ki. I think I owe a lot of the credit to you, Maharaj. I wouldn't be able to be here at the Manor in the Ashram Sankirtan team if it wasn't for Maharaj's help, his guidance, his support. He really helped me a lot just to be here today. And even like just before a week before the marathon, I actually didn't want to. I wasn't going to do it because I was so burnt out. I was feeling like I did the summer marathon. I like felt ill like after like 4 or 5 days. I was like, I'm going to die in the winter marathon. But Maharaj was like, he really pushed me. He said, this is the one thing I have to do. He said, it's fine. You're going to get ill. It doesn't matter. You're still going to go for it. And somehow I didn't, get ill until I came back. But honestly, thank you so much, Maharaj, because I don't think I would have done the marathon if it wasn't for your help and all your support. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for everything you've given me and helped me with. And I guess just a big thank you, I guess, to Prabhupada. That's the reason why we're all here. Just, I think, it's out of gratitude, I think that's why I kind of joined the team in the first place. I kind of felt somewhat indebted to Prabhupada for everything he's given to us through his books. And so I felt, okay, some way to reciprocate is I can try and do the marathon. And so, so I'm just very grateful to be, under Prabhupada's shelter. And so, I guess I just humbly request, all the devotees just to pray, give me their blessings that I can continue to serve in Srila Prabhupada's movement for as, the rest of my life. I really just thank the devotees for showing their support. Thank you so much. Srila Prabhupada ki. Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki. Sorry, it wasn't a minute, sorry.
Thank you, Bhakta Hirsch. And that's the secret, indebtedness to Srila Prabhupada, and not the M&S, whatever it was. Thank you very much, Bhakta Hirsch. Absolutely wonderful. Glorious. We look forward to seeing you again next year in battle with all these wonderful devotees from Wales. Thank you. Atakshita Prabhu, I'm handing the floor back over to your good self. They're nice glasses you got on there, by the way, Bhakta Hirsch. Did you get them in M&S as well? Gentlemen, we're waiting. I think as they say in the army, you can relax.
Hare Krishna. So we have a small little gift for, they say behind every man there is a good wife. Behind every festival like this there are good devotees arranging and spending a lot of time organizing this beautiful atmosphere. So there will be another gift, the end gift now. Maharaj, where is Maharaj? Gone. Oh, Kamlesh Krishna, please come. He's the chairman of the management council at the moment. So he's very nice devotee, Kamlesh Prabhu, if anyone doesn't know him. He's a judge, very professional. He's a judge actually as a profession. And we would like to give a little gift, one for Vishaka Prabhu for being with us and bless the event. Haribo, Hare Krishna. And then I would like to mention a little something about Adokshaja Prabhu. You know, when I came back from Italy, my mom was not well, so I was emotionally drained. And we formed, a subcommittee for the festival, and I nominated him as the chairman. I think he did a good job. I've known him, for 40 years, since I've been in UK. Staunch devotee, and strong allegiance towards book distribution, Srila Prabhupada, and strong allegiance to his temple resident. We would like to give him, on behalf of this festival, a little gift. Hare Krishna. Usually I arrange things, as the chairman of the book distribution committee, but this year, him and the subcommittee, they did a wonderful job. And so a lot of stuff, came out from my shoulder. I would like to give a nice little gift. Where is the Tikshu, Prabhu? Disappear.
Not anymore.
Tikshu Prabhu, please come out of the woods. Where are you? All right. Where is he? He's gone. Okay. Tikshu is very shy. So the next gift is for someone who, everyone needs an inspiration. I lost my Guru Maharaj. Of course, Shivaram Swami, it's not very much present in these days, always support. He was the one putting me in this service. But Prakash Prabhu, he's been, a rock behind me in this service for many, many years. And is a good friend, is a good devotee, a good husband, a good father. He's good in everything, good manager. Like Prahlad Maharaj said, a good devotee, it's a good in everything, all the relationships. And I can say boldly, he's been my biggest support in this yatra from my service. And I think with a hand on my heart, I can say, it's very expert, he's friendly to everyone, and he's very fair man. So I want to give him a gift personally from myself to you as a friend and as a younger brother. And then there is a little gift here for being with us today on behalf of the festival. Thank you very much. And Titikshu Prabhu, please come in. Titikshu.
I just want to make clear, I did not pay Vishwambar Prabhu. My wife did.
Be careful, there's a laundry inside. Titikshu Prabhu, please come in. Titikshu Prabhu, we've been working together for many years. We have a very strong bond, even in the ups and downs. We celebrate our spiritual life together. And we've done Sankirtan together for many years, in the early years. So he's been doing very nice service, serving the BBT, Srila Prabhupada, serving all of you, giving you books every year. Please come here. And there is a gift on behalf of the festival for you. There you are, Kamalesh Prabhu. Please give it to him. Hare Krishna. And that's my little speech about that.
Thank you very much, Vishwambar Prabhu. So Vishwambar is just going to speak a little bit about how to dedicate one's life to book distribution. And Prasadam is a little bit later anyway, so 2 o'clock we'll head over for Prasad. So we can finish a little bit before 2. Oh, the BBT. So just before you speak, you'll have to speak a little bit less, and Titikshu will give a presentation. Okay, yeah. Thank you, so.
Hare Krishna, Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. So we've got a little report here, if you can get it on full screen. Slideshow, bottom somewhere there. Okay. So over the year we have books leaving the warehouse. So this is the real bottom line of what's going on with book. Anything that's left the warehouse, even if it hasn't been distributed yet, sooner or later it will be. So this is a report on what's left the warehouse during 2023 for England and Wales, and some of Scotland and some of Ireland, because they already have other stocks of books themselves. Scotland have a huge stock of books from the previous management. But they get some books from us as well. So it's not representative of all yatras of what they have distributed, but it is simply a report of what's come in or what's left our warehouse in the UK. So I manage that warehouse. I'm not the BBT, I'm ISKCON UK, and I manage the stocks of books and the ordering on behalf of the yatra and the contact person with the North European BBT. So let's have a look, first slide. So this is just comparing what's left the warehouse each month. Of 2022 is in the blue, and 2023 is in the red, and this is in thousands. So it gives you an idea of the distribution throughout the year. As we can see, we're very marathon orientated. As you can see at the end of the year there, we had 124,000 books went out of the warehouse this November for the marathon, and a few in December as well. But I guess the 34,000 in May, that would have been the Gorpanim marathon. And then I don't think there was a summer marathon this year, was there? Does anyone know? There was? Okay, so they had stock. Yeah. In July 2022, you can see there was a marathon. There was a spike there. I mean, many years ago, I mean, we all used to go out 6 days, and we're always on it was always a marathon, and marathon meant you pace yourself, so you can continue. And then we would do the Christmas marathon, and it wouldn't be much different to what we normally did, except for maybe the last 3 or 4 days that we'd kind of go all out. That would be a sprint, but otherwise, more or less the whole year, we were taking a regular amount of books. So that's one area where, if we want to increase book distribution, if we can increase how we kind of regularly go out in a measured way throughout the year, then we could almost double book distribution overnight. Another way to double book distribution is that if every book distributor finds another devotee and somehow encourages them to take up Sankirtan, then if everyone makes one Sankirtan devotee, then we've doubled book distribution again. So how do we do that? I was thinking, how does that work practically? And I was thinking that the devotees who are giving out books now, they're overflowing with Krishna consciousness. Their Krishna consciousness is overflowing to the public at large. So just like you have a glass and you fill it up with water, you keep filling, and at a certain point it overflows. So similarly, the devotees in the temple, that we have to be merciful, the Sankirtan devotees have to be very merciful and give Krishna consciousness, give Krishna to the other devotees, to fill them up with prasadam, fill them up with association, fill them up with the holy name, until they also overflow with Krishna consciousness like them. So in that way we can really increase book distribution. So go on to the next slide. So this is the 3 large temples, Wales, the Manor and Soho. They account for nearly 86% of the distribution. I think it's nearly that much. It's a huge amount. So we're just homing in on the 3 major temples here to look at their record over the years, the track record. So this is Wales, year totals. So gradually, if you kind of average it out, it's a gradual increase until 2018. Is that 18? Yeah, 2018, where we see 67,000 books were delivered to them. So I don't know what Tarkanath was putting in the prasadam, but it looks like it ran out the next year, and we only got 26,000 the next year. So I don't know what his secret is, but in any case, the actual reality was they kind of over-ordered, and they were using up some of those books the next year, and that's why they took less the next year. So there's a lot of caveats with these graphs. They don't give a picture of the actual distribution, but they give a picture of what's left the warehouse. So we can see we've got an increase there from 54,000 to 60,000 books left the warehouse to Wales in 2023. So that's an increase. We can see the COVID year, 2019-20, is way down, and then there's been a gradual increase, from 24,000, 37,000, 54, and 60 as we've got through the COVID phenomena. It's quite interesting because from about 2008, I was thinking, how can we increase book distribution? And I was looking at how other religious organisations, they distribute books like the Bible, for instance, and they do it by sponsorship. So the Gideon Bible Organisation, Vaisheshika mentioned them earlier, they are distributing a phenomenal amount of Bibles every year. The BBT worldwide is 8 million. ISKCON worldwide is about 8 million a year. So the Gideon Bible Organisation, they are distributing 91 million last year. 91 million Bibles worldwide. And the way they do it, they have a little group in every town. And that group is a group of businessmen and friends. And what they do, they find sponsorship for the books, and then they find placements. So I was reading a few years ago, the Southampton group, they put 3,300 Bibles on cruise ships, on 3 cruise ships working out of Southampton. So this is how they do it. And the largest Bible press in the world is in China. And they actually print 12 million Bibles a year just for the home market in China. There's more Christians in China than anywhere else in the world, apparently. So this is very interesting. So from 2008, we looked at how we could increase book distribution through sponsorship, and we came up with this little orange Gita, the Shastra Dan. It's specifically made as an all-round book that we could use for street distribution, for sponsorship, and so on. But it never really took off. But when COVID came, and you couldn't do the street, then the sponsorship really started to take off. So it's very interesting. And now that COVID is gone, we've still got the sponsorship, but we've got the street as well. So we've got a wonderful opportunity now to really increase by fighting with books on all different methods of distribution. We have to include all. So this is Wales. So next one, please. So this is Soho Street, London Soho. They also had a big year in 2018. Or is it 18? Yeah, it's 2008. 108,000 books they took. And again, we can see in 2020 we're down to 39,000, the COVID year, and gradually 2021 52,000, 69,000, now 70. They just pipped last year. So a very good effort by Soho Street there. So maybe we can go to the next one. And this is Manor year totals. Their biggest year since I've been keeping records. So I've been doing this since 1999. So their biggest year was in 2015, and this is when Keshava Maharaj was the Sankirtan leader. Where is he? He really increased the distribution at the manor. So again, the COVID years took their toll, and now we're recovering in a big way, thanks to Antaranga Prabhu and Divyanand Prabhu. They took 119,000 books from the warehouse. So next, so this is a comparison. This is where the temples were in 2022, and it's interesting. You look at the top, the top ones there. You can see Manor 72,000, Soho 69, Wales 54. Scotland 18, like that. Of course, Scotland had a lot of their own books which don't appear on this as well. So the comparison is watch the top ones, and then we'll go to the next slide for 2023, and we see that Leicester have really come up there. Leicester took 12,000 books, Wales 60, London Soho 70,000, and then the Manor 119,000. So still the Manor is leading there. So it's a serious challenge for the other temples to knock them off the top there. So this is year totals of books which have left the UK warehouse from 2000. There are records. I found that the person doing it before me, Amita Prabhu, he has records which go way back to the 80s, and I have yet to get them from him, and I can actually put a graph together which shows right back. But in 1990, I mean, you see here we're in the 300,000s, we're that kind of mark at the moment. In 1990, when Shiv Ramaswamy was the GBC, one particular year he was pushing book distribution in a big way, and we did over 1 million books in that year, 1990. So that's 3 times what we're doing now, and the same number of devotees probably, but the potential is there. And he always pushed the idea that, you know, it's a full-time service, you know, but we go out the whole year. You know, Sankirtan is for life, not just for Christmas, you know. So here we go anyway. So again, if you could just go back to that last slide. So 293,000 books last year, and again in 2020 we can see there was a big dip there for COVID. But still, surprisingly, even through that period, books were going out. You know, somehow devotees were getting books out. So it's the best year since 2018 now. So we're pulling right back up to the pre-COVID times, which is very encouraging. So go to the next one. So this is temple book points for 2022. Again, these are in thousands, and you can see here. You can watch the top few there, and then flick to the next slide. You can see what's going on. Soho, Manor's still number 1. Soho's number 2. Wales is number 3. 100. These are all in thousands. There's 105,000, 94,000, 43,000, like that. Cash sales. There's basically we have a few devotees who are independent collectors who take books and go out. Like that. So, yeah, so now we go to the next. Where are we now? This is book point year totals, book points. So I started doing this from 2010, so we only have 13 years worth to look at here. But it's the biggest, since I kept records of book points, it's the biggest year. 290,000 book points for the whole of 2023. Which is a real achievement. So next one. So this is Lakshmi remitted to the BBT, and you can see we're way up there. 406,000 will be paid to the BBT when the temple's finished paying me for the last quarter. So included in this 406 is my projection on what went out of the warehouse in the last quarter. Some of it's been paid for, some of it hasn't. But that's what will be paid for this year to the BBT, £406,000. Of course, book prices have gone up, which is part of the reason why you're revising more. So there's a few factors which have caused book prices to go up. I don't know if anybody's interested in why that is. I can briefly mention. So the first thing happened was there's these, these digital books, these electronic books and things that people have. So it was thought that they were going to take over in the mid 2000s. People stopped buying hard copy books; they were having all the digital stuff, and so a lot of the paper mills in the north of Europe, they closed. In Finland and Sweden, there are many paper mills. And a lot of them, they just went out of business. And they're finished. So then when the whole thing for digital books started to kind of peak, the kind of whole Amazon thing, and it all kind of peaked about 2012, 13. People want hard copy books again. So there wasn't the capacity. There was a world shortage of paper. The main price of a book is the paper, the weight of the paper. So paper's an international commodity like oil or coal or wheat. It's the same price all over the world. So there was a problem, getting the paper. So the next thing happened was Brexit. So the North European BBT, we pay them in euros. That's their currency that they use. So immediately we left the EU, then the value of the pound decreased by 20% against the euro. So all those people who voted for Brexit, we can thank them for a 20% increase in the cost of books. So it was a really smart move there. So that was the next thing. So then the next problem we had was that Amazon booked all the paper mills in the world for 4 years to make cardboard for their brown cardboard boxes. And only a few paper mills were making paper. So again, this pushed up the price of paper. So that was a problem. And then the next thing was COVID. And because of COVID, then the cost of freight went up. Because all the containers ended up empty in the West, and they had no containers for bringing stuff. There was no trade going back because the West and America was all in lockdown. So there was no production. There were no containers full of goods going back to the East. So then it became very expensive. It used to be that if we had a container of books from India, it would be about $1,000, $1,200 for a full container. So to give you an idea, a full container, if we double stack them to maximize or minimize freight costs, you'll get 42 double stacked large pallets in a container. And that used to cost $1,000, $1,100 from India. And from China, a container would be $2,000. So because of COVID, it went up to $8,000 for a container from China, and it went up to 6,000 or 7,000 from India. It's gone down a bit now. We've got one container with 42,000 Shastradan Gitas in it, which is on a container ship coming around Cape Horn at the moment, and that's going to cost about $5,000 to $6,000. So it hasn't gone back to pre-COVID prices. So this is a problem, and of course the war in Ukraine is the next thing, which has hit prices, particularly fuel, because everything requires fuel. Everything requires electricity or diesel or something. And that's caused an increase in prices for book production, transport, everything else. So these are some of the reasons why the prices have gone up a lot, like that. So, yeah, okay, what have we got next? I think this nearly finished. This is the top books for 2023. We're nearly finished, but I want to mention a couple of things. So, Bhagavad Gitas, previously, this is all Bhagavad Gitas. That's all the Indian ones, the Arab ones, everything in quantity. So all Bhagavad Gitas, we did 55,000. So previously we'd only done 48. So 55, it's a massive increase in the distribution of Bhagavad Gitas. And Chant and Be Happy, 48,000. Chant and Be Happy has been the second biggest book for distribution for a few years now. It's a really potent book. And Higher Taste as well, 33,000. The Higher Taste is interesting thing I noticed with the Higher Taste. We've distributed about, I think, over 2 million of them in the UK in the last 40 years. In Europe, they didn't distribute it. In Harry Case's old zone, it was, Prabhupada's books, nothing like this. But the UK has got the highest proportion of vegetarians than any other European country. Most of the European countries, you go there, you go in the supermarket, there's nothing to say, oh, this is vegetarian or this is not, you know. Whereas in the UK, we have all that. And just a few years ago, I think it was 20% of all the population between the ages of 16 and 24 are vegetarian now in the UK. It's 20%. So it's huge. And I don't know if there's a connection, but we've done over 2 million higher tastes, and the rest of Europe didn't. So I don't know how much that has a bearing on things. It's interesting to consider that every yuga, everything begins to get more and more degraded from the beginning to the end of the yuga. So if we're seeing something which is going against the yuga, if we're seeing some trend like vegetarianism, something like this which is going against the trend of the yuga, then it means that some influence has come from outside of the yuga, because it can't influence from within. And the only influence is the Sankirtan movement, the only external influence. So this way we can understand that Krishna consciousness is really having a big effect worldwide. Okay, so that's that. So I'd just like to mention about the Brihat Mridanga, since it's a topical subject at the moment for today. So Brihat, it means the great Mridanga. And so I was thinking, well, what does that mean? Have we ever qualified what that means? You know, what does it mean? How great? You know, I never heard anybody try and qualify how great is this Brihat Mridanga. So I thought a bit about it, and I was thinking, okay, well, what can we understand about books? So the first book which was printed was the Bible in Germany in 1534. So they printed 180 copies, approximately 180 copies. And now, 500 years later, 40 of them are still in existence, either in churches or private collections or museums. So what does that mean? It means the hardback book has the potential to last at least 500 years. So this is an interesting fact. So 500 years for a hardback book. Of course, not all of them will survive, but the potential is there. So what can we understand from that? So if you distribute a book, that book can carry on preaching for 500 years after you leave your body. So that's quite an interesting thing to meditate on. So that's 20 generations. So say that book passes through 20 generations with 4 people in each generation. So what does that mean? That means that a pallet, a 1 cubic meter pallet of Bhagavad Gitas, 1,000, has the potential to reach 80,000 people over 500 years. That potential is there. So Soho Street, they came to the warehouse and they took 2 pallets. I mean, they've taken a lot more than 2, but one time they came and we put 2 pallets of Gitas, 2,000, in this transit van. And I was mentioning to the devotees, you know, do you realize what is the potential of this? And I explained what I just explained. And that potential would be 160,000 people in 500 years. Just this little van with 2 pallets in. So this is the potency of what you're doing when you're distributing a hardback book. So I thought, okay, well, can we envisage, you know, what does it mean? What does it look like? What do 160,000 people look like? Can we envisage that? And we can. The capacity of Wembley Stadium is 80,000. So it's twice the capacity of Wembley Stadium. That's how many people can have the potential to be reached by 2 pallets of books. So it's quite an interesting thing. And so I'll just finish up with one quick little story about how anyone can do Sankirtan. Even non-devotees can be engaged in Sankirtan, and they will feel the benefit. So a few years ago, we had a charity shop in Rochester run by Mukunda. He was down there. And like all these charity shops, he had volunteers coming and helping out in the charity shop. And they were not devotees, they're meat eaters, they're, you know, just regular people who came to volunteer to help in the charity shop. So at Christmas, he put a book table out in the street outside the shop, and he laid out some books, and he gave them some little cards, you know, for people. If people wanted to know what was the book was about, there was a little card they could read out to the person, you know, higher taste as a vegetarian, you know. And if anybody needed any more questions, they could come in and ask Mukunda. So the volunteers were manning the book table, and they were getting happy, and they didn't know why. The books were going out, and these volunteers are getting all happy. And they couldn't understand, what's going on? Why are we getting happy? Anyway, before long, he couldn't get any volunteers to work in the shop. Everyone wanted to work on the book table because it made you happy. So there's the proof that, you know, just like on Harinam, if some drunkard person, he tags onto the Harinam and he's chanting a bit and joining in, he's performing Sankirtan. You know, that the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the mercy of Srimati Radharani, they're so great in Kali Yuga that a fallen person can immediately be serving the Parampara with no qualification. They're eating meat, they don't know what, you know, they're completely bewildered in this material world. And they're able to serve Srimati Radharani directly. I mean, how great is that mercy? So, we finish there, Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Thank you to Tiksha Prabhu, that was amazing. A lot of devotees say they find that's the highlight of the Sankirtan festival, finding out what's going on, where we stand, where the books are, how many are going out, how much remittance, so very, very nice. So, just to close now, just for 5 minutes only, please, just 5 minutes, sorry.
Half an hour.
Yeah, to just say a little bit, and then Mother Vishaka is going to wind everything up, and then prasadam, and it says 3:30 on the schedule, but realistically it'll be 4 o'clock, and we'll do some dramas in the theatre room, some songs, and then that'll finish in time for us to still be on time for Harinam at 6 o'clock. So I'll hand you over now to His Grace Vishvambhar Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Mother Vishaka, Pragosh Prabhu, are you still there? Okay, so I'll be a couple of minutes to thank everyone, and then Vishaka can adjourn the program. I was asked to give a little talk about what's the secret. The question has been asked many times, you know, what's the secret of going out on books every day for many, many years? There is no secrets. As I said in the video before, that if we don't love humanity, we cannot serve humanity. But before that, we have to have, you know, our home in order. You know, that means the temple or the house where you live in, the family. We have to learn how to respect and love. You know, if you live in the temple, you respect the devotees, you love the devotees. If we learn, you know, these things very nicely, then the consciousness is ready to go out and help, you know, to spread the words of God. What does that mean? Every book, I remember Shivaram Maharaj, he said to me, a book distributor should learn this verse from the 4th canto, 5th chapter, text 38. When Narada Muni told Dhruva, when you see someone higher than you, a senior man, or more advanced than you, then you offer service and respect to that person. When you see someone equal to you, then you exchange a relationship, friendship, and you know, you make friends with that person. And when you see someone, a junior, who joined the temple, or younger, then we are compassionate towards that devotee to help him. But if you read that purport, Prabhupada said at the end, all the problems we have in the world and all the problems we have in our relationships is because we do these 3 things the other way around. when we see someone more advanced, instead of serving that person, respecting that person, then we envy that person. When we see someone equal to us, instead of making friendship, then we challenge that person. We compete, to try to be better. And when we see someone junior, instead of being compassionate, we deride that devotee. And if we understand these three types of relationship, the hierarchy of relationship, then, and you follow that etiquette, those words, like Vaisheshika said, these books are not just to be distributed, but also to be read, and we learn Vaishnava culture, Vaishnava etiquette, and then, because without respect, which is the fertile ground for the consciousness, there cannot be any love. And if we don't have a love, amongst devotees, we cannot go out and preach something that we don't have. So therefore, to maintain loving mood towards the so-called karmi, I wouldn't call them karmi, they are devotee of Krishna. We have to learn how to love devotees first. And then we can maintain that mood of compassion, going out and take care of being compassionate towards these children of God. Because they've been created by Krishna. Every one of you is being created by God for His pleasure. And therefore, if God loves you, He likes you, who are we to hate you or dislike you? It's like an offense to Krishna. Oh, you have created something with defect. That means, but Krishna doesn't create anyone with a defect. We are all useful, and we are all loving children of God. He loves everyone equally. And therefore, if we understand that any one of you who's been created by Krishna, it's perfect. And we should learn how to love the creation of Krishna. Because otherwise we will have a stupid God if He creates someone who is imperfect, if He creates things which are useless. I said the other day in the class, in Crawley, if we deride someone, if we criticize someone, that means that we don't give any value to that creature which is being created by God. So we have to understand that everybody has some value, and that value should be respected with these three types of relationship. That's the secret. I've always tried my best to, in my 42 years, to be respectful to the superior, to make friendship with my peers, and to be compassionate towards who are young devotees. Then you can maintain a good consciousness to go out and carry on distributing books. Then your heart will be full of compassion because you're motivated by love. So I just wanted to finish off here, and I want to say now thank you for thank you, Adokshaja, for asking me the picture of my mom. In the beginning of the marathon, I was very depressed because I was abandoned by my mom in a monastery when I was 5. Up to the age of 16, I had no relationship with her. So she's sick with a cancer, and I went to Italy and I sorted out my relationship with her. And a doctor asked for a picture to put at Prabhupada Lotus feet, and asked all the devotees to pray for her. And I'm very happy that she's better now and she's out of danger. So thank you for that. That is personal service you did for me, so that I can carry on my service to all of you. And I just want to say finally that I love all the book distributors. They are my heart and soul. My last thing I would tell you, the secret to carry on distributing books is to always look within your heart, the guidance from the Lord, and close that door of your heart. Don't allow any draft. You know, when it rains, there is a cyclone, there is a wind. We close the window, we close the door. Close your heart and don't allow any politics going in. Because politics, destroys the mood of compassion. We start to feel better, and always keep the mood as a servant. Always think, everyone is more than me and I'm less than everyone. That's what Tamal Krishna Maharaj told me. If you think like that, you can carry on life after life distributing books. Because I would never go out and say, these people, I'm better than all these people. I will never do that. Hare Krishna. So thank you very much to Sukandi Radha, to the subcommittee, to the book distribution committee, and thank you very much to Praghosh Prabhu for being here, to Vishaka. Thank you for those who have arranged the feast, and thank you to all of you for distributing books year after year for the pleasure of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Vishwambar Prabhu, for a very heartfelt talk, inspirational talk. So I was thinking that it's truly miraculous what Srila Prabhupada has done, that he's presented this entire culture, this entire philosophy that's embraced all of us and that has transformed our lives and given us values and goals, principles to live by, that enriches our lives personally, that can enrich our relationships with each other, and that we have something so valuable, something priceless, that we can offer to everyone that we meet. So we can live it ourselves, let it inspire us personally, day by day, and give this priceless gift to others. So we just thank His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, for all that He's done for us, and thank you for being His representatives and giving His message out to everyone, everywhere. Thank you for coming to Bhaktivedanta Manor, participating today. Hare Krishna, all glorious to Srila Prabhupada.
Just real quick, it's always hard to finish events and end events, but there was just one thing, because these lovely medals, after listening to Vishwambar Prabhu speak, I just want to say that I lost my mother when I was 12. And whenever anyone asks me about that, I often say it was the most traumatic experience in my life. And it was incredibly traumatic. I won't get into the details, but it was an incredibly traumatic experience, particularly because I was so stupid not to know that she was actually going to die. And the kind of bond between mothers and sons is very close and all of that. So most traumatic, and I often thought that, I would even say, I don't think there's anything more traumatic for someone to experience, but actually just listening to you speak there, now I would retract that, and, for you to be abandoned by your mother, my gosh, it's actually even worse than your mother dying, In one sense, she's abandoning you when she dies, but of course, she has no choice in that, it's just happening as the material nature is dictating. So when I heard that, and now that you're back with her, if you like, and looking after her, that I just found that very, very touching. So thank you for that, Vishwambar Prabhu. And he spoke on how to dedicate your life to book distribution, because as he said, for 42 years he's been doing book distribution. And I look at all these wonderful faces here. I mentioned Vamsi earlier, and his what did Sally Agarwal say on that video when she was asked about Prabhupada? She said, "Oh, his smile was oceanic." So Vamsi is following in Prabhupada's footsteps in that regard. So you're all fresh-faced and young. So if you can all stay with book distribution for another, maybe not another 42 years, you may be doing it a few years, but another 35 years, wow, how many more books will then, to Tikshu's prediction of increasing the book distribution will come to fruition. So 42 years of service to the cause, to the book distribution cause. I would like now to give Vishwambar Prabhu this nice TLBP medal. Thank you very much. And I think that's another thing, by the way, Sukanti could say more about it, but all of you, All of you. You know, we're putting all these bricks in the TOVP building, and it's being built with the names of donors, etc., like that. Prabhupada said, you know, those types of things are a little bit like when a shop is having a sale, that you go in to benefit from the sale. But then he said, but for devotees who are engaged in devotional service every day of the week, they don't need the special offer because they're already sucked in. They're already engaging like that. So this incredible temple that's been built in Mayapur, all of these glorious book distributors and soldiers of the Sankirtan mission will all be remembered, you know, by that temple, by Krishna standing in that temple. And that temple is literally built on the sacrifice of devotees like your good self. So yeah, big thank you to everybody. Thank you to Vishaka for hosting us so nicely here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Thanks to Hokshaja for emceeing the event. Thanks again to Sukanti and the TOVP donors for presenting all those lovely, lovely prizes that we got this year. Thank you to the devotees who we didn't see today because they're in the kitchen preparing the feast. You know, so thanks to everybody. The whole principle of devotional service is gratitude, you know, and it's just events like this that it sort of overflows, that gratitude kind of overflows. We see all the sacrifice of all the devotees. So yeah, what more to say other than, I think, see you all here next year, bigger and better distribution figures, and everything else that will go with that. Brilliant. And brilliant again, I'm just looking, the two top distributors are sitting side by side. So all glories to both of you for leading the charge and being the frontline soldiers in the Sankirtan mission for ISKCON UK 2023. Hare Krishna. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtan Ki Haribo.
Prasadam is served in the Haveli, and see you all at the theatre room at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
You'll now make an order up to that amount, 23.8. Oh, you know exactly. Okay. Oh, I see. It came. I think it only came. This is all your schools, which you went through. And to be honest, I can do that. I should have actually warned him actually, because he's thinking as it is clock. Yeah, 28. So you just ordered from an off-European teacher? Oh, you can speak now if you want to walk and talk. Oh, you're in the charity? With the charity number and all that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So go ahead. What were you going to suggest? Well, that was the beauty of the non-capability order, because there you was when you start with that. Oh no, he don't worry. I already told you. He whatever it was,
Fine. Congratulations.
So I need to have the person then because the most frustrating thing is we're not in this situation, in situations like this, when someone comes to you and they present you a whole issue, and I think, but then you go to a person and separately, and you say, that's what's making this issue, and they come back with all these responses. Oh, well, that sounds right. I didn't find it. So we need to have two people in the room together. That's what I was saying. It's unfair for me to bring it to you and expect you to do it. That's not my intention of doing it. But it's a little bit difficult.
so high. Oh my god.
I tried.
Thank you so much. Is that the gift that you got?
It's gone upstairs. Oh, this is someone else's. Nice.
I've got some time right now.
I'm going to the ashram.
Yeah, I'm going to Darshan as well. Well, I need your help now.
Should I take Maharaj's danda?
I think so, yeah. You should be looking for it here afterwards. I'll go tell him. I'm going.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Oh, he's Maharaj, huh?
Sorry Maharaj, I was just cleaning up the temple room. Your danda is still here. Should I bring it up? Okay. Hare Krishna.
Have you got Kindle with you? There is someone in the ashram who's got Kindle.
We have Kindle.
Oh, you have. So I just wanted to help that you can put Srila Prabhupada books in the Kindle. I got a new one.
Sankit knows how to do it. Sankit did it for me. I don't know how to do it, but Sankit knows.
Oh, he's in the ashram?
He's an ashram.
Okay, I'll get it.
go to the Prashadam Hall, they're serving that. But go quickly because they're about to finish.
Thank you.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare. No. Wasn't that bad? Was it? Wasn't that bad? Oui? Oui? The recording. I never watched it. You haven't watched it? No, I'm like you sent me the link, but I haven't started on my computer or anything. I'll let you know. Thank you so much for being here. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Thank you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Yeah, there you go. Take those two. Then we definitely need jumpers for the choir. We need to go in and out, don't we? Yeah, we want to go out.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, it's working. It's working. Yeah, you say what now? Hare Krishna everyone. Welcome to Manor. The Aarti is going to start at 4:20 And till then, for the devotees who are coming for the first time here to this temple, we sing the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, specifically mentioned for this Kali Yuga, chanting of holy names of Krishna. So you can please join us for the Kirtan. We welcome the Lord with a Krishna Kirtan. So this will be the Hare Krishna tune. So the most important things in devotional life is Shravanam and Kirtanam. Shravanam means hearing the holy name, and Kirtanam is actually chanting the holy name. So we should just listen to the holy name, and then we should chant the holy names to please Krishna. Yeah, so please join, and for devotees who are new for the first time, you can clap your hands, or you can just join for singing the Kirtan as well. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, all the devotees, please stand up for the Aarti. जय श्री राधा गोकुलंद की, जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, गौर निताय की। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णा प्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमद् भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी निति नामिने। विष्णुपदाय कृष्णा प्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमद् भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी निति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्देशतारिणे। Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram, Patita Pavana Sita Ram, Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram, Patita Pavana Sita Ram. Sita Ram Jaya Sita Ram, 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 Sita Ram Jaya Sita Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe, Jaya Radha Gokula Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe, Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, 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 Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jai Shri Radha Gokuland ki, Jai Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gaur Nitai ki, Prabhupada ki. We request all the devotees to be seated for the Narasimha prayer, and after that we're going to have a very short session on Bhagavad Gita, the teachings of Krishna, as we start in a new year. And this is the first Saturday, so we just want to share some beautiful insights of Bhagavad Gita and some teachings that we can take with us. So please be seated for the Narasimha prayer. Hare Krishna.
Done. जय जय श्री नरसिंहदेव भगवान की जय, भक्त प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, शीला प्रभुपाद की जय और प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल।
Hare Krishna. That was wonderful song of Narasimha Dev, as you can all see over there. Just a few minutes of your time, just to share a few insights from Bhagavad Gita as we're starting the new year. We are very fortunate here. We were just singing for our spiritual master Prabhupada. So Bhagavan Sri Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattva darshinaha. Where Krishna Bhagavan himself says that one should have a spiritual master in our life. We should serve our spiritual master. We should inquire from our spiritual master. And the spiritual master or the representative of Krishna, who is one of us close to Krishna, will give us all the knowledge which will take us back to Krishna. And we are so fortunate here that we have the most authentic version of Bhagavad Gita, which is called as Bhagavad Gita as it is. Just exactly the way Krishna Bhagavan spoken on the battlefield of Kurukshetra 5,000 years ago. Word to word translation has been given by our spiritual master Prabhupada. And we call that Bhagavad Gita as it is. Just exactly the way it has been spoken by Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And I was told that today there was a book distribution. There was a felicitation for the book distribution. Last month alone, there are close to about 5,000 Bhagavad Gitas that have been sold. So that have been distributed actually by the devotees from this temple. So it's an amazing service that everybody is trying to do to give this knowledge of Bhagavad Gita to everyone. And what are the most important, because as the new year is starting, a lot of people make resolutions. This year we're going to do yoga. this time, this year, I'm going to go to the gym. So many people talk about yoga, like very nicely say, we want to start doing yoga. But the most important, the Ashtanga yoga, there are so many different types of yoga, Hatha yoga and all these. These are good for a good health and everything. But more important than the Ashtanga yoga or Hatha yoga, the most important yoga that Krishna Bhagavan is telling in Bhagavad Gita is Bhakti yoga. The yoga of love or devotional love towards Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna gives us the actual definition of what yoga is, of Bhakti, the topmost yoga which is called as Bhakti yoga. Yoginamapi sarvesam madgate nantaratmana shraddhavan bhajate yomam same yukta tamamataha, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna is telling that one who thinks of Krishna within himself and is rendering transcendental loving service to Krishna by always chanting the holy names of Krishna, such kind of a devotee is always thinking of Krishna within his heart. Bhagavan Sri Krishna says that is the topmost yoga system. That is the most intimately united with me in yoga, and that is the highest form of yoga. So we have to understand that as we are embarking on a new year, to take up this resolution, just not about yoga, but to take up Bhakti yoga, the yoga of love. So early in the morning, what we can do is we can spiritualize our life by chanting the holy names of Krishna. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna, because in today's world we say we don't have time for spirituality, we have so many responsibilities and we don't have time for spirituality. But Bhagavan Sri Krishna is telling in Bhagavad Gita that how to spiritualize your life. He says, Yad karosi yad asnasi yad juhosi dadasiyat yad tapasyasi kaunteya tad kurusu mat arpanam, that whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer, whatever charity that you do, anything that you do everything as an offering to me. So if you're doing charity, Krishna says, do the charity for me. If you're eating something, just offer it to Krishna and eat. That becomes prasadam. So like that, because everything that we do on our own, we carry even the reactions of whatever we do. Any action that we do, the reactions also will come to us. But if we do everything as an offering to Krishna, Krishna says, I will take care of everything. I will make sure that you don't have any sinful reactions coming out of that. So Krishna, for our own good, he's saying that do everything as an offering for me. Because when you're serving the king, you no more take the personal responsibility because you're serving the king, This is no more my responsibility. I'm just doing what I had to do for my king. Similarly, when you're doing something for Bhagavan Sri Krishna, Krishna says, I will take up the responsibility. You don't need to worry. And today, so one of the important things is Bhakti Yoga, practicing the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Early morning when you get up, you spiritualize your day by always chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And then you yourself can notice how beautifully the day will go. That no matter how many obstacles come, any problems come, you will be able to handle all this because you have spiritualized your life and you are most intimately united with Krishna in yoga. And the most important in today's world is to accept a change, right? Nobody likes to change. A sudden change that's going to come anyway. So Krishna Bhagavan says the act of tolerance in Bhagavad Gita, Matrasparsas tu kaunteya shitosna sukudukkada agamapa nitya stam titiksa svabharata, where Krishna Bhagavan says that this temporary or non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and the disappearance in due course of time are like the appearance and disappearance in summer and winter season. When the winter season comes, what do? We don't crib about it. We just kind of wear some warm clothes. And similarly, when summer comes, immediately we'll adjust and wear some cotton clothes. So similarly, Krishna Bhagavan is saying all these temporary happiness and distress, they're just like summer and winter season. They just come and go. And we should learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. So this is a very important message as we go on with the year, because there are going to be so many changes that nobody likes a change, sudden change that's going to come. But Krishna is saying, learn to accept the change, learn to embrace the change, try to go with the flow, try to learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. And how can we be without being disturbed? By chanting the holy names of Krishna. As we keep chanting the holy names of Krishna, Krishna will always be with us to tide over any kind of difficulties. We can always take the protection of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Because Krishna always says that whatever we do, Krishna is constantly reciprocating. That's what reason he says in Bhagavad Gita, Ananyas chintayanto ma ye jana paryupashate tesham nityabhyuktanam yogashemam vahamyaham. Where Krishna is saying, when you do anything, when you are engaging in bhakti life towards Krishna, when you are offering everything to Krishna, when you're doing so much of mantra meditation on Krishna, Krishna says, whatever you're doing for me, I also reciprocate. I reciprocate by taking care of your Yogashemam. That means not only you, but your whole family. Krishna Bhagavan says, I will take care of your Yogashemam. Your family welfare, I will take care. Whatever you lack, I will provide you. And whatever you have, I will preserve it for you. So such a beautiful, loving relationship that we have with Krishna, isn't it? It's just not Krishna, is just not leaving us. He's saying everything that you do, everything is written down by Krishna. And he reciprocates accordingly as well. And in today's world, why most of the time we suffer because of our expectations. We have so many expectations, right? And whenever our expectations are not being met, we get very frustrated. So Krishna Bhagavan is telling us the art of living or art of working in this world. Karmanyevadikaraste ma paleshu kadachina ma karmapala hetubur mate sangos karmane. Where Krishna says you have the right to perform your prescribed duty. You have the right. You have every right to do your duty. But you're not entitled to the fruits of your action. Never consider yourself to be the cause of the results of your activities and never be attached to not doing your duty. So Krishna Bhagavan is saying, do everything nicely, whatever work that you have to do, give your best. But don't be attached to the fruits of your action because that is not in your hands. Because every result that's coming out could be a combination of so many things. And Krishna Bhagavan explains also, there are 5 factors that are responsible for any result that's coming up. So don't be attached to the results. And don't think that every result that has happened is because of you. There's so many factors that are coming into play. At the same time, don't think that you should not do. You have to do your work. At the same time, so the best way to work in today's world, Krishna Bhagavan says, and as we are starting a new year, we can see that do everything to do the best of your ability and do everything as an offering for Krishna. Don't be attached to the results of your work. Because when you're offering everything to Krishna, Krishna says, I will take care of it. Your only success is doing to the best of your ability, not the results. Yogastu kuru karmani sangam chaktva sanandya siddha siddhya samo bhutva samatvam yoga vichate. Where Krishna says, perform your duty equivalent to Arjuna, abandoning all attachments to success or results. Such equanimity is called yoga. So that's the yoga means having an equanimous mind. Don't be attached to success or failure. Give the best of your thing and do it everything as an offering to Krishna. So you will not be impacted by any sinful reactions. Because Krishna loves us so much that he's given us this guidebook that as long as we are living in this material world, because we all don't belong to this material world. We belong to Vaikuntha, we belong to the Krishna Loka. But we have fallen into this material world. So as long as we are in this material world, Krishna Bhagavan is giving us this guidebook called Bhagavad Gita. Follow these rules and regulations and everything. If you follow these instructions, you will come back safely back to Krishna Loka. And Krishna says 4 sutras that we can take at the beginning of the year. Manmana bhava mad bhakta madjadimam namaskuru mami vaisasi yuktvaivam atmanam mad parayana. Where Krishna says 4 things you need to do in order to attain Krishna Bhagavan. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotee. Offer your obeisances to me and worship me. And being completely absorbed in Krishna Prema, surely you will come to me. This is Krishna assuring. But Krishna says the first thing, always engage your mind thinking of me. How can we always thinking of Krishna? By always chanting the holy names of Krishna. Early morning when you get up, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. So engage your mind always in thinking. And Krishna says, offer your obeisances. You can offer your obeisance to Krishna, even in front of your divine space. And worship me. How to worship? Krishna has given even the details of how to worship in Bhagavad Gita. He says, Patram pushpam palam toyam yome bhakta prayachati tadaham bhakti upahiritam asnami prayatatmana. Where Krishna is saying, with love and devotion, with so much of bhakti and love and devotion, if you offer me one fruit, one leaf, one flower or water, I will happily accept it. So worshipping Bhagavan Sri Krishna is so simple. And yesterday, in fact, a couple of days back, we were listening to a beautiful divine Leelas of Krishna Katha, where one of the florists, he will offer a nice floral garland to Krishna when he comes to Mathura. You know, Kamsa tries to invite Krishna to Mathura to kill him. So Krishna goes to Mathura, and over there, a florist will offer a floral garland. And Krishna Bhagavan blesses him not only for this life to give him all the material opulences, but he says after this life you will go directly back to Vaikuntha. So you can see that every small thing that you do for Krishna, Krishna is keeping a note of that. This devotee of mine today offered me a flower, and I am going to take care of his Yogashemam. So Krishna is just not, it's not going to be a one way. Love is always 2 ways. And Krishna is constantly reciprocating our love and devotion. So the most important thing he says is, Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu ma manusmaryujyata mai arpito manu buddhi mamavaisis asamsaya. He says, always think of me in the form of Krishna and at the same time carrying on doing what you are doing. With all your activities dedicated to me, you will surely come to me. So Krishna's message in Bhagavad Gita is, Kaam karte raho, naam japte raho. Such a beautiful thing, isn't it? You do your work and do everything as an offering to Krishna. And at the same time, whenever you get a time early in the morning or in the evening, take your time to chant the holy names of Krishna Bhagavan. Because Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, he came in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You can see in the middle, that is none other than Krishna Bhagavan himself, who came in the form of a devotee called Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to give us this message that in Kali Yuga, every yoga has a separate dharma. Treta Yoga was a different dharma of meditation. Dwapara Yoga, deity worship. In Kali Yuga, the best yoga dharma is chanting the holy names of Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Immediately, once you start chanting the holy name of Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna and his names are not different at all. So, when you are chanting holy name of Krishna, Hare Krishna, you are immediately in touch with Krishna. Because Krishna and the name Krishna is not different at all. What you are seeing, the deity form of Krishna or the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is all one and the same on the same spiritual platform. You are immediately in contact with Krishna. And why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying is, it is one best medicine in Kali Yuga. That means all your anartha, so many sinful things we have done in so many lives, everything will get washed away. And once Cheto Darpana Marjanam, it will wash away all the sins. And what will happen is slowly you'll start developing love for Krishna. And when you start developing love for Krishna, your life will become the most successful. After listening to the whole Bhagavad Gita, what does Sanjay say? Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna Yatra Pardo Danurdaraha Tatra Shri Vijayo Bhutri Dhruva Nitir Matir Mama. Wherever there is Bhagavan Sri Krishna and wherever there is devotee of Krishna, there is going to be success, opulence, everything. So we do not have to worry about anything. And the final statement of Bhagavan Sri Krishna is telling in Bhagavad Gita, Sarvadharman Parichajya Mamekam Saranam Braja Aham Tvam Sarva Papebhyo Moksha Isyami Masuchaha. Abandon all varieties of religion, whatever religion that you're talking about, just abandon all kind of religion and just surrender unto me. I will deliver you, I will protect you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. So how beautiful is it? The Supreme Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself is giving us this assurance that when we surrender to Krishna, he says that I will protect you from all sinful reactions. Don't worry at all. So this is the message which I wanted to just share from Bhagavad Gita with all of you. As we are embarking on a new year, we all have our families, we all have our anxieties. Even I'm an IT professional, I'm not a monk. But here I come here every weekend to do my service because it is so joyful to serve Krishna. And just spend your time in service of Krishna. And as we are embarking, I wanted to share this knowledge that let's not forget Krishna. As I said, Kaam karte raho, naam japte raho. Krishna wants all of us to have a good time. But he's saying, just don't forget that I am always there for you. He says, Suhridam Sarva Bhutanam. I am your best well-wisher, I am your best friend. Krishna Bhagavan himself is saying. So we should take that Krishna is our well-wisher. That all we have to do is just chant the holy names of Krishna and he's always there. I just want everyone to join hands for a round of chanting. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! As the first weekend of this year, let's please join for one beautiful sloka of Bhagavad Gita which has said about worshipping Krishna. Please repeat after me. Patram Pushpam Palam Toyam Yome Bhakta Prayachati Tadaham Bhakti Opahiritam Asnami Prayatatmana. Where Bhagavan Sri Krishna is saying, Patram Pushpam Palam Toyam Yome Bhakta Prayachiti Tadaham Bhakti Opahiritam Asnami Prayatatmana. When you offer a fruit, a leaf, a water, he says, I will happily accept it. So I will humbly request everyone to just read the Bhagavad Gita. It will become your best friend and protect you from all calamity. A lot of people have misunderstood about Bhagavad Gita, but they don't know that even if you read Bhagavad Gita, forget about understanding Bhagavad Gita, even if you read Bhagavad Gita, your whole life will be successful and purified. So that is how powerful it is. And so we have everything. We can chant the holy names of Krishna, we can read the Bhagavad Gita, we have the deity worship of Krishna Bhagavan, and enjoy in service of Krishna Bhagavan. So thank you. I want to thank everyone for giving me your precious time. You're so patiently, in spite of having children alone, you have given us your time. So and I pray to Krishna that all of you have a wonderful Krishna conscious year, and may Lord Bhagavan Sri Krishna shower loads of blessing on each one of you over here, assembled over here. Thank you very much for this. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
अपराकित प्रतिध्वनि हमारी अपराकित चेतना को जानने के लिए दूसरा विधि जीवात्मा के रूप से हम सभी कृष्ण भावनाश्रित परंतु अनादि काल से जड़ पदार्थ की संपर्क में रहने का कारण हमारी चेतना भौतिक वातावरण द्वारा अशुद्ध हो गई है। इस भौतिक वातावरण को माया कहते हैं। माया का अर्थ है वो जो नहीं है। अब हमें देखना है कि ये माया किस प्रकार की है। माया ये है कि हम सभी भौतिक प्रकृति पर स्थापित करना चाहते हैं जबकि वास्तव में हम सभी अपूर्व रूप से उसके कठोर नियम की जकड़ में है। जब एक नौकर अपने सर्वशक्तिमान स्वामी को नकल करना चाहता है तो ये माया का प्रभाव है। इस भौतिक प्रकृति के भंडार का उपयोग करने के लिए सतत श्रमशील है परंतु वास्तव में हम उसकी जटिलता में अधिक से अधिक आबद्ध होते चले जा रहे हैं। कृष्णा भावना मस्तिष्क पर बनावटी दबाव नहीं है। ये चेतनता, ये भावना जीवात्मा की स्वाभाविक प्रारंभिक शक्ति है। जब इस मंत्र के कीर्तन से उत्पन्न अपराकित प्रतिध्वनि को सुनते हैं तो हमारी ये चेतनता सुप्तावस्था छोड़कर जगती है। कलियुग के लिए ध्यान की ये सरलतम विधि है, फलदायक मानी गई है। अपने व्यक्तिगत अनुभव से भी कोई जान सकता है कि महामंत्र के कीर्तन से आध्यात्मिक स्तर से अति हुई अपराकित भावोन्माद की अनुभूति होती है। आरंभ में सभी प्रकार की अपराकित भावोन्माद की स्थिति नहीं हो सकती है। भगवान के शब्द शुद्ध भक्त द्वारा गया, भगवान की शुद्ध भक्त द्वारा गया जाता है तो सुनने वाली पर इसका बड़ा प्रभाव पड़ता है। अतः तात्कालिक परिणाम के लिए इसे प्रभु के पवित्र भक्त से सुनना चाहिए। जो भगवान के भक्त नहीं है उनके मुख से कीर्तन नहीं सुनना चाहिए। दूध जैसे जहरील सर्प छू दिया है तो विषैला हो जाता है। शब्द हरा द्वारा प्रभु की शक्ति को संबंधित किया जाता है। कृष्ण एवं राम शब्दों से स्वयं प्रभु को संबंधित किया जाता है। कृष्ण एवं राम परम आनंद है और हरा प्रभु की परम आनंदमयी शक्ति है। प्रभु की ये आनंदमयी शक्ति हमें उनके पास ले जाने में सहायक होती है। भौतिक शक्ति माया भी प्रभु की विविध शक्तियों में से एक है। हम जीवधारी भी प्रभु की तटस्था शक्ति है। जीवात्मा भौतिक शक्ति से विशिष्ट होते हैं। पराशक्ति का अपराशक्ति से संपर्क विरुद्ध परिस्थिति उत्पन्न करता है परंतु पराशक्ति का तथा तटस्था शक्ति का संयोग प्रसन्नतापूर्ण सामान्य परिस्थिति उत्पन्न करता है। हरा कृष्ण स्वयं राम ये तीन शब्द महामंत्र के अपराकित बीज मंत्र है। कीर्तन प्रभु तथा उनकी शक्ति और बद्ध आत्मा की हरा कृष्ण एवं राम ये तीन शब्द महामंत्र के अपराकित बीज मंत्र है। कीर्तन प्रभु तथा उनकी शक्ति को बद्ध आत्मा की रक्षा करने के लिए एक आध्यात्मिक पुकार है। कीर्तन उस बच्चे को रोदन जैसा है जो अपनी माँ की उपस्थिति चाहता है। माता हर भक्तों को पिता भगवान के पास ले जाती है और तब प्रभु श्रद्धा एवं विश्वास के साथ कीर्तन करने वाले भक्त को सम्मुख स्वयं उपस्थित होते हैं। Child
The materialistic demeanor cannot possibly stretch to the transcendental autocrat who is ever inviting the fallen conditioned soul to associate with him through devotion or eternal searching mode. The phenomenal attractions are often found to attain sentient being to enjoy the variegated position which is opposed to undifferenced monism. People are so much apt to indulge in transitory speculation even when they are to educate themselves on the situation beyond their empiric area or experiencing jurisdiction, and almost foolishly they dare to declare that God is there. The songs of Brahma Samhita as Chintamani Prakara Sadvasu will surely help such souls in their march toward the personality of Godhead in the spiritual kingdom, which is lying beyond their sensuous gaze of inspection. The so-called astronomers cannot even definitely give us information of the visible sky, which is overflooded with sunlight during daytime and moonlight at night. We can have learned about spiritual kingdom from the Bhagavad Gita that it is situated far, far beyond the visible sky, and in that sky there is no need of sunlight or moonlight or even electricity. There are innumerable spiritual planets in that self-effulgent sky, and the gross estimate of that sky is given in the Bhagavad Gita that the material world wherein there are innumerable suns and moons is only 1/4 of the whole kingdom of God. This material world is also part of the kingdom of God. But this kingdom of God is described as made of inferior energy on account of its temporary nature and is compared with the mass of clouds in the sky. When there is a mass of clouds in the sky, there is certainly torrents of rain, and there is a type of creation of new vegetation on account of such rainfall. But in spite of all such variegatedness, manifestation of greenery seen, of fruits and flowers, the whole show is only temporary. When the season is over, everything fades away into different situations and the temporary manifestation comes to an end. Therefore, the material world is called three phases of existence, namely creation, sustenance, and dissolution at last. This creation and dissolution is going on perpetually like seasonal changes, and the portion of the vast sky where such temporary variegatedness is taking place and again becoming out of sight is called the material world. And beyond this material manifestation of variegatedness, there is the world of spiritual sky, where everything is eternal, full of light, blissful, and knowledge, distinct from the non-eternal, miserable existence of ignorance. In the material world, everything is struggling hard for existence. But the cruel laws of material nature will not allow anybody to exist, although every one of us aspires to exist eternally in full blissful life of perfect knowledge. This information is available in the Brahma Samhita, that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is Krishna, and his transcendental form is eternal, full of bliss and knowledge. In the spiritual world, not only Krishna has his eternal body, full of bliss and knowledge, but also everyone who associates with Krishna has the same spiritual nature. In the abode of Krishna, which is called Chintamani Dhama, the land, the trees, the animals, the residents, everything is of the same spiritual nature as that of Krishna. This spiritual nature is expansion of interior energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is called the cause of all causes. It is said that Brahma, who wrote Brahma Samhita, after his mature knowledge by meditation, it was revealed in him that by the recollection of Bhakti Yoga, it appeared to him that he is the eternal maidservant of Krishna. Though other mysteries in regard to the condition of the maidservant of Krishna were not revealed to him, Brahma, by dint of his searching self-consciousness, became well acquainted with the ocean of truth. All the truths of the Vedas were revealed to him, and with the help of those essence of the Vedas, he offered this hymn to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Sriman Mahaprabhu, Lord Chaitanya, has taught this hymn to his favorite disciples inasmuch as it fully contains all the transcendental truths regarding Vaishnava philosophy. The audience, the hearers of this record, are requested to study and try to enter into the spirit of this hymn with great care and attention as a regular daily function. The first verse is translated, I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, the first progenitor, who is tending the cows, fulfilling all desires in the abode, built with spiritual gems, surrounded by millions of purpose trees, always served with great reverence and affection by hundreds of thousands of Lakshmis or Gopis. By the word Chintamani is meant transcendental gem. Just as Maya builds the mundane universe with the five material elements, so the spiritual chit potency has built the spiritual world of transcendental gems. The Chintamani, which serves as material in the building of the above Supreme Lord's place, Goloka, is a far rarer and more agreeable entity than the philosopher's stone. The purpose tree only, the fruits of piety, wealth, fulfillment of desires and liberation. But the purpose trees in the abode of Krishna bestows innumerable fruits, yielding the fulfillment of desire, or oceans of milk in the shape of the 14 love-souring transcendental bliss that take away with the hunger and thirst of all pure devotees. The trees in the abode of Lord Krishna can supply anything desired by the devotees. The devotees residing in the abode of Krishna have not desired to fulfill. Still, there are variegated transcendental desires of the devotees to satisfy their eternal Lord in loving service. In the material world, a tree can supply only the fruits that it can produce, but in the spiritual world, any tree can supply any amount of fruit or any variety of fruits to the aspirant devotee. The second verse is translated, I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is adept on playing on his flute with blooming eyes like lotus petals, with head bedecked with peacock feather, with the figure of beauty tinged with the hue blue clouds, and his unique loveliness charming millions of gopis. The matchless beauty of Krishna, the Supreme Lord, or Govinda, is being described. Krishna, the all-pervading cognizant, has the spiritual form of youth. The form of Krishna is not a fanciful creation of imagination, formed after visualizing the beautiful things of the world like the poet or the artist. When Brahma saw in his ecstasy trance of pure devotion, he is being described. Krishna is engaged in playing upon his flute that attracts the hearts of all living beings. Just as a lotus petal produces a pleasant sight, so the two beautiful eyes of Krishna, who causes the manifestation of our spiritual vision, display the unlimited splendor and beauty of his moon-like face. The loveliness that adorns his head with peacock feather is gorgeous. The surrounding feature of the spiritual beauty of Krishna. just as a mass of blue clouds offer a specifically soothing, pleasant view, the complexion of Krishna is analogously tinged with a spiritual dark blue color. The beauty and loveliness of Krishna is far more enchanting than that of Cupid multiplied a millionfold. The next verse is translated, I worship Govinda, the primal Lord, round whose neck is swing a garland of flowers beautified with moon locket, whose two hands are adorned with flutes and jewel ornaments, who always reveals in pastimes of love, whose graceful, threefold bending form of Samsundar is eternally manifested. In the sloka beginning with Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu, the transcendental region and the spiritual names of Govinda, in the sloka beginning with Govinda Adi Purusam Tamaham Bhajami, the eternal beautiful form of Govinda, and in this sloka, the amorous pastimes of Govinda, Pranayakili, means the amorous pastimes of Govinda, the embodiment of 64 excellences have been described. All
Hare Krishna, everybody. Welcome to this Bhagavad Gita class, which is chapter 6, verse 7. Chapter 6 is to do with Dhyan Yoga, which is the focusing on the super soul within our bodies. And this is a dialogue between Lord Krishna and Arjuna. So, chapter 6, Dhyan Yoga, that is basically Astanga Yoga, which is a mechanical meditative practice which controls the mind and senses and focuses on the Paramatma, which is the super soul within our heart, sitting alongside our own individual souls. The end result of Astanga Yoga, it's a multi-stage process. The end stage is the Samadhi, where there is a complete concentration, complete dialogue between the individual soul and the super soul, which is Krishna, which is a form of Krishna. So Lord Kapila, which is the incarnation of Krishna, the personality of Godhead, he is the highest authority in yoga, Astanga Yoga, and explains the Astanga Yoga that comprises of 8 different practices. So those practices, basically all the yogis go through this Astanga Yoga process to reach the Samadhi stage. So first stage is the yama, which is restraint, i.e. the things that we have to give up. The second one is the niyama, which is the rules that we follow. And then there is the asana, it's a seating position, the way we sit straight up and to be able to focus properly on the Supreme. And then there is the pranayama, which is control of the breath and the process around that. And then the next stage is the pratyahara, which is withdrawal of the senses. So essentially we focus, our senses are always taking us into different places, thinking about different things, creating desires and so on. So essentially this is sort of controlling those senses. And then next stage is dharana, which is the focus on a single point, which is our super soul within the body. And then dhyana, which is which is just complete awareness of the super soul. And then the end position is samadhi, which is a complete state of concentration. And this is a difficult process in achieving the supreme, sort of realizing the supreme personality of Godhead. But it is a process which is practiced by the mystic yogis. So the people who practice this Astanga Yoga process, they have, achieved lots of siddhis on the way. Successful yogis achieve 8 kinds of siddhis. There's the anima. So Narad Muni is a very successful yogi with, as you know, he travels from the spiritual world to the Bhuloka, which is the place that we are at, and then further on into the Patal Lokas, the lower planetary systems and so on. And the way he travels is quite amazing. We'll talk a little bit of the metrics later on. So in his previous life, Narad Muni was the son of a maidservant, and by good association with pure devotees who came to visit their house and serving them, he became enlightened in devotional service, and in the next life he became a perfect man, comparable with himself only. So Narad Muni is a principal Devrishi, or the chief sage amongst the demigods. He is son and disciple of Brahmaji, and from him the disciplic succession in which we are, which is the Gaudiya Sampradaya. So it comes from Narada, from Brahma, Narad, and so on. Vyasadeva, then Madhvacharya, and then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and so on. So our Sampradaya comes from Brahmaji and Narad Muni. He initiated great personalities. Prahlad Maharaj, you must know Prahlad Maharaj, and Dhruv Maharaj. They were initiated by Narad Muni, and many other devotees of the Lord. He initiated even Vyasadeva, who is the author of our scriptures, Bhagavatam and Mahabharata and so on, Vedanta Sutra. So he is in fact an incarnation of Narayana in the literary form, which is the empowered personality who could write spiritual literature. So, as I mentioned, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu belongs to this Madhava Sampradaya. So, our lineage comes from a long way, from Brahmaji, Narad, Vyasadeva, and then Madhvacharya, and then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and then all the way Srila Prabhupada is in that disciplic succession. So in Bhagavatam we can see that he even instructed Vasudeva, which is father of Krishna, as well as Maharaj Yudhishthir. So a great realized personality, Narad Muni, with a multiple dimensions to his activities and his thought processes. And then another example of a very successful yogi is Badarayana, which is Vyasadeva himself. So he is known by various names, Dvaipanya, Satyavati Sutta, and so on. So he was a son of Mahamuni Parasara, and his mother was Satyavati. Satyavati subsequently married Maharaja Shantanu, who is the father of the great general grandfather Bhishma Dev. Vyasadeva is a powerful incarnation of Narayana, which we talked about, and with the task to actually broadcast the Vedic wisdom to the world through various books, as I mentioned earlier, Bhagavatam, Mahabharata, and so on. So Sukdev Goswami was a great realized personality. He spoke Bhagavatam to Parikshit Maharaj in the last 7 days of Parikshit Maharaj's life on this earth. Sukdev Goswami was son of Vyasadeva. And as I mentioned, great epics, Mahabharata was written by him, literature, Bhagavatam, and so on, Brahma Sutras, etc. Just a piece of information, Mahabharata was written by Vyasadeva, but was spoken in the royal assembly of Maharaja Janmajaya, who is the son of Parikshit Maharaj. So Parikshit Maharaj himself was the son of Abhimanyu, who was the son of Arjuna, and so on, just to give you the context. Later on, by the order of his mother Satyavati and the request of Bhishma Dev, the eldest son of Maharaja Shantanu, by his first wife, the Ganges, he begot, his children were born, which were Dhritarashtra, Pandu, and Vidura. And from there, the Kaurava and Pandava kind of dynasty starts. Another perfection of Dhyan Yoga was by Kardama Muni. He was the son of Brahma, who had ordered his children to produce progeny to populate the world. But before marrying Devahuti, and this is the Satya Yuga, that kind of time. So before marrying Devahuti, the daughter of Swayambhuva Manu, Kadama Muni, he meditated for 10,000 years and realized the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Kadama Muni and Devahuti, they were blessed by a son by the name Lord Kapila, who himself is the personality of Godhead. And of course, as I said, yoga is a very difficult process, and a lot of rishis fall down as well. So there is one great personality, Durvasa Muni, and Srimad Bhagavatam 9.465 gives us the example of great sage Durvasa Muni, who picked up a quarrel with Maharaja Ambarisa, and he was a great devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and realized personality, a king, but nevertheless very humble and respectful to all branches of religious personalities. So Durvasa Muni was something called a Yogeshwara, which is the master of mystic powers. A Yogeshwara can exhibit many kinds of perfections by becoming smaller than atom, i.e. the siddhis which we talked about earlier on. The devotee of the Lord, Supreme Personality of Godhead, they do not directly practice the process of mystic powers like Maharaja Ambarisa. He was in devotional service, but by the grace of Lord, his devotees can handle whatever difficulties the yogis may cause them. So the story about Maharaja Ambarisa and Durvasa Muni. So Maharaja Ambarisa was actually worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead in Vrindavan at one time, observing the vow of Dwadashi. So it is a festival and a fasting day. So after the fast, he was about to break his fast. Then Durvasa Muni appeared at his house and became his guest. So the king respectfully received the Durvasa Muni and asked him to please join for breaking the having prasadam after this fasting. And of course, the Durvasa Muni accepted the invitation, but he was a person who had his processes. So he went to Ganges to take his bath in Yamuna. Sorry, he went to Yamuna to take his bath around midday, and then he got into his samadhi, and then he lost the count of time, and then it was just all going by. And then King Ambarisa Maharaj, he was asked by the Brahmanas, look, there is a specific time to break the fast, and therefore that time had come. So he asked, they asked him to break his fast by having a sip of water. Durvasa Muni is a yogi who can see most things, and he can sort of, he realized what had happened. He came back and he was very angry, and he started, and rishis can be that kind of personalities, they have got so much powers, anything which they don't like, that can actually make them angry. In this case it did. So he chastised Maharaja Ambarisa, and then even then he wasn't satisfied, and then he sort of created a demon, from his mystical powers, and that was basically a death-like fire. And at that point, because Maharaja Ambarisa is a great realized devotee of the Supreme Lord, so at that point, Supreme Lord released the Sudarshan Chakra, because that monster that was created was about to attack Maharaja Ambarisa. And then the Sudarshan Chakra came, and then it kind of got rid of the monster, the demon that was created. And subsequently, because Durvasa Muni had offended a great Vaishnava who is a devotee of the Supreme Lord, so Sudarshan Chakra went after him. And he had mystical powers, as I said, they can travel faster than anything. I'll give some metrics a little bit later. And then he went to Brahmalok, he went to Shivalok, and they said, look, they cannot help him. In the end, he went to spiritual world, and he went to see Lord Narayana. And Lord Narayana himself said, look, I cannot help you. The only thing you can do is go back to the devotee that you have offended and seek his forgiveness. And then if he does that, then you will be okay. So, and by his mystical powers, he travels back from, Vaikuntha Loka into the Bhuloka where the Maharaja Amrisa was. And you know what happens when he reaches Maharaja Amrisa? A great devotee, he basically falls down on the ground, pays the Dandvat Pranam to Durvasa Muni. He says, I must have done something to offend you, please forgive me. That is the greatness of Maharaja Amrisa and the Vaishnava devotees that we have in this world. Amrisa Maharaj ki jai. And then you would have heard about Vishwamitra. Anybody know Vishwamitra? He is a yogi, a personality who was at the time of Lord Rama as well as subsequently later on. And the yogis, as I said, they have great powers to live many yugas and so on if they wanted to. So Vishwamitra actually was a Kshatriya, and he was a prince and so on. And he was then he somehow was out hunting, and he came to the kutia of Vasishtha Muni, and somehow he saw a very beautiful heavenly cow there called the Nandini cow, and he wanted to take that cow. Princes, as you know, whatever they want, whatever they can, they want, or whatever they want, they can have. Of course, Vasishtha Muni had great abilities as well. So somehow or the other, he defeated the Vishwamitra, and then Vishwamitra went, and then he was obviously resentful. This is the Kshatriya. If anybody defeats a Kshatriya, they always want to get even. So he went back and he did his sadhana. He sort of did the dhyana yoga for many years, and so in the process he became so realized that he effectively changed from being a Kshatriya to a Brahmana and so on. And then he caused some difficulties to Vasishtha Muni, but that is the nature of Kshatriya, that is what they do. But anyhow, so when he was in Samadhi one day, a heavenly Apsara by the name Manuka, I think, so she came with her ankle belt. She disturbed the Samadhi of Vasishtha Muni, of Vishwamitra. And then basically, then his sadhana was disrupted, and he became a father of a very beautiful, renowned little girl called Shakuntala. So in a way, that is the way these yogis, because they can be distracted, they have great powers, but nevertheless, they can fall down. So that was his fall down in Dhyana Yoga. So in modern times, maybe we've heard Rajneesh Yogi. He was more maybe in the 60s, 70s. And he thought, he fell down because he believed the way to control senses was to exhaust them. And of course, disrupted that way. So Dhyana Yogis focus on the super soul within, which is the supreme reality, the absolute truth. The supreme reality, the absolute truth, has three aspects as explained in Bhagavatam. So first aspect is the all-pervading Brahman, which is the Brahm Jyoti, which is the effulgence coming from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And then as Lord within the heart, which we talked about, which is what the yogis do, focus on the super soul. And then as the Supreme Person, so Supreme Personality of Godhead, living within the spiritual abode, or Krishna. So Bhagavan is the source of Brahman and Paramatma, and is therefore, in a sense, one of them. And we ourselves are spirit souls, eternal fragmental parts of Krishna. Underlying nature of the soul is Satchidananda, which is eternal, knowledgeable, and blissful. Same as Krishna in quality, although quantities are unfathomably different. So Jiva, which is our soul, is entrapped in a physical body like fire, which is made of fire, water, earth, air, and ether. And the subtle body, which is our mind, intelligence, and the false ego, which is ahankar. So over the lifetimes, various lifetimes, we have the mirror of our individual souls has been covered by impurities whilst trying to satisfy our material desires. Soul can only be happy if it is purified and aligned in the service of Krishna. There's a story about a holy man on the banks of Ganges. A young person comes to a rishi who's sitting there on the banks of Ganges, and he comes there, begs him for his to give him knowledge, to teach him knowledge and spirituality and so on. So the holy man said, yes, I can help you. So, and then he sort of first task he gives him, he says, can you go to the river Ganges and bring this pot of water, which he gave him. And then the young man goes over to the Ganges, fills the pot with the water, and then he walks back. And by the time he comes back, all the water has kind of seeped away somehow or the other. And then he goes back again, he does it 3 or 4 times, and then after that, he says to the holy man, he says, look, the pot has got holes in it. How can I bring a complete pot of water to you for you to satisfy your requirements? And the holy man explains, look, our material condition has holes, and we cannot retain much, particularly in this age of Kali Yuga. So, but if you look inside the container, you can see how clean it is. So, in due course, as you spend time with me in devotion, your consciousness will purify and your focus will improve, and you will learn to retain spiritual knowledge. Such is our condition in this world, soul covered by impurities, attention span is shaky. So, but of course we have a lot of guidance in Bhagavad Gita, which is one of our core 3 scriptures. Bhagavatam, Srimad Bhagavatam is another one, and Chaitanya Charitamrita, which is about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So that is the other core scripture. And they're all translated to English by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada, by his causeless mercy. And we have a lot of knowledge in our possession through these books. Of course, there are many other books by Srila Prabhupada and our Swamis, ancient as well as current. They have written many books, so please do make use of those wonderful books which are full of spiritual knowledge. So I think now I've come on to the chapter 6, verse 7, and we will do some chanting, invoking auspiciousness, and offer prayers of gratitude. Please join me if you can. Otherwise, please contemplate in meditation. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Yashodhanandan Braj Janaranjan, Yashodhanandan Braj Janaranjan, Yamuna Tira Banachari, Yamuna Tira Banachari, Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Radha Gokulanand Radha Gokulanand Radha Gokulanand Shri Radhe Jai Radha Gokulanand Radha Gokulanand Radha Gokulanand Shri Radhe Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jai Gauranitai 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 Jai Gauranitai Jai Gauranitai 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 Jai Gauranitai Jai Prabhupada 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 Shila Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada 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 Shila Prabhupada Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Anant Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. So I'm grateful to have this opportunity to talk to you, and thank you for giving me the company and encouragement. I am very grateful for that. So here Lord Krishna is instructing Arjuna, who is confused and bewildered. His mind is all over the place. So in the process, Lord Krishna explains to Arjuna the nature of Jiva, which is the soul, and Ishvara, which is the supreme personality of the supreme truth, and then the material nature, which is Prakriti, and then Kala, the time, and Kama, which is the things that we do and the results which come our way. We either suffer, we enjoy, according to the Kama. So these 5 things are the key points which Krishna talks about, and of course the relationship between the two. At the end of the day, Lord Krishna has given all knowledge to Arjuna, and he says to him, look, I have explained to you what my views and opinions are, and now you choose what you want to do. So Krishna does not force us to do anything. So he wants us to use, he does not interfere with our free will. So he wants us to use our free will to come to him, do something for him, offer our obeisances, offer our prayers, even make a request to Krishna. He will listen to that. But he wants us to go to him with our own free will, and that free will he never interferes with. So I seek your blessing that I am saying something of value, worthy of the sacrifice of your time. I'm very grateful. And please make a contribution or ask a question as we are going along. And then if we have some time, we can do a little quiz at the end of the class, which is quite interesting. So I shall recite this verse 6.7 and then read the translation and purport, which is the explanation of the verse by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jitatmana prashantasya paramatma samahita shitoshna sukha dukhesu tatha mana apamanya translation. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. Purport. Actually, every living entity is intended to abide by the dictation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is seated in everyone's heart as Paramatma. When the mind is misled by external illusory energy, one becomes entangled in material activities. So when the mind is misled by external illusory energy, one becomes, which is Maya, becomes entangled in material activities. Therefore, as soon as one's mind is controlled through one of the yoga systems, which is the Ashtanga Yoga explained by Kapil Dev Maharaj, one should be considered to have already reached the destination. One has to abide by superior dictation. When one's mind is fixed on superior nature, he has no alternative but to follow the dictation of the Supreme. The mind must admit some superior dictation and follow it. The effect of controlling the mind is that one automatically follows the dictation of Paramatma, the Super Soul. Because this transcendental position is at once achieved by one who is in Krishna consciousness, the devotee of the Lord is unaffected by the dualities of material existence, namely distress and happiness, cold and heat, etc. This state is practical samadhi or absorption in the Supreme. Om Jnanatimrandhasya Jnananjana Shalakya Chakshuranmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurudev Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Evicha Patitanam Pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti Namne Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarane Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasdi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. So Krishna teaches us about conquering mind and attaining tranquility. So uncontrolled mind can cause chaos, as it can bamboozle our intelligence and send us the senses into a spin. So just to sort of establish a metrics, anybody know the speed of light? What is the speed of light? It is 186,000 miles per second, which is around 10 million miles per minute and around 660 million miles per hour. Can you imagine it? 660 million miles per hour. That's how the light travels. It's very disciplined. It always travels in a straight line unless it is disturbed, which is also a lesson for us. Try to avoid the disturbances and so on. So our Shastra tells, we talk about Narad Muni, he goes from spiritual world to this world and then to the lower planetary systems. And can you imagine, science tells us nothing can travel faster than light. But Narad Muni, we can see, it's an amazing speed that he can go. So much higher than the speed of light. And then our mind itself, I think, you're sitting here, you can think of something else, and that's where your mind is taking you. I'm sitting here, I can imagine myself running around in India somewhere in a small town, that's what mind does. So mind can certainly travel as fast as the speed as well. Kesha Maharaj, as he described the condition of the mind, he says, on one extreme, uncontrolled mind is a monkey, is like a monkey which is mad, and on top of that, the monkey is drunk, and on top of that, he's been bitten by a scorpion, slithers and slides, and totally uncontrolled. So that is the mind on one extreme, which is sort of running totally wild. Arjuna pleads to Krishna. He says, Chanchalam hi mana Krishna, paramathi balvad dhridam, tashyam nirgraham manye, vayor eva su dushkaram. Arjuna says to Krishna, the mind is very restless in Bhagavad Gita 6:34, which is in Dhyan Yoga itself. The mind is very restless, turbulent, strong, and obstinate, O Krishna. It appears to me that it is more difficult to control than the wind. So it is a great difficulty, and I think you have seen this. I'm sure you've seen this picture. This is the chariot with the horses, 5 horses in the front, and then a passenger and a driver in it. So the Katha Upanishad tells us that these 5 horses are our senses, which is eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin, etc. And then the driver, the chariot itself is our body. So we have a body, we have our senses, and then we have reins in the chariot, which is the mind. So which is fairly inert. It doesn't think. The reins don't think. It's the driver, which is the intelligence, and the passenger, which is the soul, and then the super soul obviously resides within our heart as well. So that is our condition. So our body is like a chariot, right? Mind is are the reins to control the senses, the 5 senses, and then the sense objects, which we'll talk about those. They can take us everywhere and confuse us, and and kickstart the activities which result in karmic reactions, good or bad. And then Lord Krishna in 6:35, I read that, Shri Bhagavan Uvacha, Ansashayam Mahabaho Mano Durnigraham Chalam Abhyasena tu Konteya Vairagyena cha grihate. So Krishna says, O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible to do that by suitable practice and by detachment. So the yogis focusing on the super soul, and they go and meditate in a place of pilgrimage, in a secluded place where they are not disturbed by anything. So Krishna teaches us the knowledge of Dhyan Yoga. Astanga Yoga requires the practitioner to control the mind and focus on the super soul in the heart. This is got to be done in a secluded place of pilgrimage, seated properly, and proper breath control, and all the other restrictions. And Arjuna has said that it's very difficult. So there's a little something actually which is I'm going to read from some information I obtained from Vedabase, which is our spiritual library. So what is mind and how can we conquer it? It's described, the mind is a pattern-seeking, self-organizing system. So it sees things, they go into the mind, and then it tries to sort of, direct the body and other, the activities in line with that pattern, unless the intelligence actually is able to control it and says things tell it to do things differently. So, so human mind does not think logically. We saw those strings, the reins of the chariot. It thinks in patterns, it seeks patterns and organizes itself according to past patterns which it has come across to perform on autopilot once these patterns are ingrained on it. So the activities take place in line with the mind's patterns unless it is controlled. The mind is a lazy creature and prefers not to think. Krishna has made this mind for a purpose to simplify our life so that we can devote more time to Him. So what we put into our mind repeatedly through our senses, it forms an impression on our mind. So once the patterns are set, then we don't have to make an effort as the mind takes over. For example, when I drive to work, I do not think which arm I would like to use. I just follow the route. Its whole pattern is in my mind. So, we can, along the way, we can do various thinking. We can think about material things or think about spiritual things. So whatever impressions you put onto this hard disk, which is like a computer, computer hard disk, whatever impressions programs you put into it, it forms our samskaras. And these patterns which are samskaras, they actually form our karma. So our thoughts, our habits, our attitudes, beliefs and convictions form our karma. Our mind is a bundle of our karmas. Our vasanas, which is the desire in the form of a seed in the mind, which we are not even aware of yet. So vasana is a desire of which we are not, is in a seed form, and we're not even aware of that yet. Sankalpas, so these are the desires which have sprouted from the seed, and we are aware of, but we have not expressed them to others. And then there are ichhas, which is our desires which are now expressed to others. We know what they are, and we express those to others. So all these drive our karma. If we think and speak and behave in a negative manner or a forgetfulness of Krishna, we attract bad karma. And if we think, speak and behave positively, then we attract good karma. So, the karma is very interesting. So a good karma or a bad karma, yes, okay, we might prefer to accrue good karma. But Krishna wants us to go beyond karma and perform acts of yoga to be Jivan Mukta, i.e. the actions which are centered on Krishna, which do not accrue any karmic reaction, good or bad. And that is what is needed for us to make that spiritual progress in Krishna consciousness. And people who do that, they become Jivan Muktas even in this life. So to actually do that, for this we have to program our mind with patterns of remembering Krishna by 24/7, if that is possible, or some part of it. Every little helps. So by chanting His name, singing His glories, and performing all actions as an offering to Him, seeing Him in the hearts of all beings. So you see me, you see Krishna in my heart, I see Krishna in your heart. And that is if that is done throughout the world, then we are in a wonderful place already. And then, for us, following 4 regulatory principles is important, which is what we try to do. So when these patterns are ingrained in our subconscious mind, then there is little effort needed further on. The mind will seek these new patterns, recognize itself, and follow these new patterns automatically. Roughly 2 to 4 weeks is what it takes. But of course, mind is on the flip side. If we don't control our mind, the mind has a natural tendency to move towards negativity, which is also God's grace so that we are aware of which things to avoid. But if we don't control our mind, it will form more negative patterns, and through repeated process, then it can cause anxiety, fear, depression, or rage. So, a uncontrolled mind is a source of a great deal of difficulty for us. So just like the smallest building block of our body is a cell, the smallest building block of our mind is a thought. So, something comes to mind, and then off it goes, chasing that particular thought into and causing difficulties. So, these thoughts are our moods which rise to emotions, etc. So, if our mind thinks about negative thoughts about future uncertainty continuously, worrying about it, and a lot of the Keshav Maharaj tells us, a lot of our fears don't actually materialize, but in our own mind, if we allow those negative thoughts, then what we experience sometimes is the emotions of fear. It is obviously important to do the right things for our mind, so that we are spending at least some time in the service of our Supreme Lord. But Krishna loves us unconditionally. He wants to come to him by choice. But that obviously requires certain purification process, so that we are actually putting the right patterns into our mind. In Bhagavad Gita 6:47, the last verse in Dhyan Yoga, Krishna says, Yoginam api sarvesham madgaten tantra atmana shraddhavan bhajate jamam same yukta tamamata. Krishna says, and of all the yogis, and you remember there are 8 stages of Ashtanga Yoga. So somebody who is not in the Samadhi phase, this is obviously a difficult one. So, and of all the yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, and renders transcendental, loving service to me, he is the most intimately united with me in yoga, and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. So, of all the yoga processes, they all give some benefit, but those siddhis can confuse people. But ultimate for Krishna is the yogi that is in samadhi. So Srila Prabhupada explains, the culmination of all kinds of yoga practices lies in bhakti yoga. All other yogas are but means to come to the point of bhakti yoga. Yoga actually means bhakti yoga. All other yogas are progressions towards the destination of bhakti yoga. From beginning of karma yoga to the end, which is the start of our spiritual improvement. So from the beginning of karma yoga to the end of bhakti yoga is a long way to self-realization. Karma yoga without fruitive results is the beginning of this path. So even karma yoga, so we can do something and then expect results. Okay, that is one kind of activity, but where we say, okay, Krishna, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this to the best of my ability. What you give me is up to you. So, and Krishna doesn't let you down, it is. So that is what it means by focusing on the Supreme Personality in our activities. So Karma Yoga without fruitive results is the beginning of this path, which is the Bhakti Yoga. When Karma Yoga increases in knowledge and renunciation, the stage is called Jnana Yoga. So we have understood the soul, the super soul, the relationship between the two, and the purpose of our life in this world. So that is, next stage is Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga to Jnana Yoga. So when Jnana Yoga increases in meditation, so Karma Yoga in knowledge and renunciation, Jnana Yoga increases in meditation on the super soul by different physical processes. And the mind is on Krishna. It is called Ashtanga Yoga, which is what we talked about. This is the chapter 6 is all about Dhyana Yoga, which is Ashtanga Yoga. And when one surpasses the Ashtanga Yoga and comes to the point of Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, it is called Bhakti Yoga. The culmination, which is the culmination. Factually, Bhakti Yoga is the ultimate goal, but to analyze Bhakti Yoga minutely, one has to understand these other yogas. So we have to go through the process. The yogi who is progressive is therefore on the true path of eternal good fortune, which is the Samadhi stage. One with communion, soul is in communion with the super soul. One who sticks to a particular point, i.e. they get occupied by different siddhis, so they are known by that name. So somebody might be a karma yogi, jnana yogi, or dhyana yogi, but because they are actually stuck on that particular position. So somehow we can get the mercy of a Vaishnava and find our way to Bhakti Yoga, which is the ultimate, and our eternal good fortune. So please do seek and benefit from the association of Vaishnavas. Kesha Maharaj is always here. So we have got 10 minutes, so I'll talk a little bit more about senses. We saw that picture. The senses are eyes, ears, nose, tongue and skin. And then the sense objects which these senses relate to are the form. The eyes relate to form, ears to the sound, nose to the smell, tongue to the taste, and then skin, which it relates to the touch. And mind is our 11th sense, and this Dhyan Yoga is all about mind and its workings and its control. And then we have certain working senses and so on. So in this chapter 3, which is Karma Yoga, Indriyani manobuddhir asyadisthanam uchyate iter vimohayati esa jnanam avritya dehinam. The senses, which is the 5 senses, the mind and the intelligence are the sitting places of lust. So which is the desires of different money, desires for fame, desires whatever, So that's what is meant by lust. So, and that lust veils the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. As we talked about earlier, the soul inside us is Satchida Ananda, similar to, in quality to Krishna's, which is blissful, eternal, and knowledgeable. So that is the essential nature, but it gets bewildered by the senses, the mind, intelligence, the subtle body, and starts associating with other things. So real knowledge is that I am the spirit soul, eternal fragmental part, and eternal servant of the Supreme Lord. So that is our constitutional position. So when real knowledge is veiled by the impurities of karmic reactions and various other things, the soul thinks it is the body with false ego and material interest, and misfortune of karmic reactions start from that point. So when one's intelligence, mind, faith, and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasures, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasures within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. So we have 9 processes of Bhakti Yoga, which is Shravanam, hearing about Lord Krishna, which is the Katha that we are doing, Shravanam, Kirtanam, glorifying Lord Krishna by singing loudly and participating in singing loudly. Smarnam, which is remembering Lord Krishna, and Prahlad Maharaj was the personality who always was there. Pad Sevanam, attending the feet of Lord Krishna. Archanam, worshipping Lord Krishna. Vandanam, praying to Krishna. Dasyam, becoming a servitor to Lord Krishna, and so on. But in this age, we have been very fortunate that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came, and he basically gave us the way to actually make spiritual progress in Kali, and which is chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama Kevalam, Kalanasti, Evanasti, Evanasti, Eva Gatiranyatha, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So do you have any, would you like to say something? Would you like to ask anything? Is there any contribution that you'd like to make? Please do. Otherwise, we can do a little quiz if you like. Do you know when Bhagavad Gita was spoken? How long ago was it spoken? 5,000 years ago, yes. Do you know where it was spoken? Which is in the state of Haryana, just east of Delhi and so on. All right. Have you heard, do you know what Akshaheni is? Akshaheni. That's right. It is. I think it's about 250,000 soldiers, there's 60,000 chariots, 60,000 horses, and then there is the foot soldiers, and then there is the cavalry on the horsebacks and elephants and so on. So all of that. I'm trying to. I think I might have lost my information here on that. Okay. Yeah. So that's the Akshahini. That was the formation of fighting in the Kurukshetra war. And anybody know how many Akshahini forces the Kauravas and the Pandavas had? Very close. I mean, information that I have, you're probably right, but I've got 13 and 8. So Pandavas. So Kauravas had a great army, and of course Krishna was on the side of the Pandavas, but he did not pick up any weapon. He did not fight. And on the other hand, all of Krishna's armies, they joined the Kauravas, which is why they had a much bigger fighting force. But then, where there is Krishna, where there is Hanuman, then big victory is assured. And I do thank you for your time, and very grateful to associate with you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So there's Aarti starting soon, so I'll give you a little stretch your legs and thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
I've got a clue. I've never tried it. I can't play those. I can play these though. I'm good at playing this. That's what I'm
You forgot how short I am. Look at sniffing. थोड़ा सा सेवा में बैठे मैं देखूं मैं नसीम की आरती के लिए किसको ढूंढूं तू गा आज भी सिंग तू गा मैं घर में गाऊंगी उधर से आरती गाएगी मैं गा मेरी परमिशन है तो हाँ 1 मिनट है आगे बस बाहर से सुन के आती
Shri Shri Radha Gokulanand ki, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Shri Gauranitai ki. Jaya Jaya Gaurachande Arati ko shobha. Jaya Jaya Gaurachande Arati ko shobha. madhur madhur bhaje shanka bhaje ghanta bhaje madhur 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 bhaje madhur 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 bhaje madhur 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 bhaje nitya gaura hari bol nitya gaura hari bol nitya gaura hari bol nitya gaura hari bol bahu koti chandrajini vadana ujjvala bahu koti chandrajini vadana ujjvala jese banamala kore jalmala Narada Bhakti Vinoda dekhe Gorara Sapada Bhakti Vinoda dekhe Gorara Sapada Jaya Jaya Gaurachade Arati ka shobha Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatari Shatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prabhupada. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki. Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki. Shri Shri Gauranitai ki. If everyone would like to take a seat, we'll just sing a short prayer to Lord Nrsingadev now. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Hiranyakashipu dakshaha. Shilatanganakalaye. Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha. Bahir Narsimha Ridhaye Narsimha. Narsinghamadim Sharanam Prapati. Tavakara Kamalabari Nakamatuta Shringam Talita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai. Keshavadita Narahari Rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare. Jaya Narsimhadev, 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 Jaya Narsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Shri Shri Nrsingadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Nitai Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Quite a few though, you. Anyone? Yeah. Yes? Right, perfect. Right.